Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today we're going to be looking at Trump's diversion, State of the Union diversion, which he's trying to somehow muster support for a wall, an idea that I came up with, a 1,000-mile fence back in 2008. He's calling it a wall, but yet he's willing to call it other things, yet he won't actually call it a fence. So the big question is, will Donald Trump use the word fence tonight? Okay, get your pens and paper. We're going to be taking a quiz at the end of this State of the Union joke of a message. We're worried that Donald Trump is going to use a Venezuelan attack to justify his wall. And we're also wondering if he's going to be using the F word for fence. Nancy Pelosi refuses to fund a wall. She refuses, but will fund a fence. And Brett Kavanaugh just made an appearance along with Elena Kagan, who never deserved the judgeship that she got because she was never a judge. How do you become a Supreme Court justice without being a judge? But Brett Kavanaugh looks lit. Here we go with the state of a joke union Donald Trump has created just to cover his Russian collusion ass. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going live to the actual event.
Welcome to our PBS NewsHour special live coverage of President Trump's second State of the Union address.
Geez, Judy, why don't you get a facelift? Well, I'm sorry, you've had a few. What the hell's wrong with us? We haven't seen Donald Trump yet. This is supposed to be a 6 o'clock timely event. What the heck is going on here?
With Mexico. Tonight's address was delayed a week by the federal government shutdown.
Gina Haspel's busy shaking people's hands. I wonder how many waterboarding she oversaw today, getting false statements from people after 68 waterboardings. That woman should never have been appointed director of the CIA. You know, we've got people in here like Dianne Feinstein, I told you last night. She's been useless in overseeing the NSA and the CIA, and their activities have been atrocious. She wouldn't even prosecute her own limousine driver who was found to be a spy for the past 20 years. Yet China killed 18 of our top spies. We haven't done a thing to stop what's going on. Dianne Feinstein has been absolutely useless. And I'm not going to listen to Yamiche Alcindor because I don't even know who she is. And it's kind of disturbing that she's even on the screen right now. Well, so much for Donald Trump being on time. Hi, Jackson. You made it through the tough weather. You know, we're having a serious cold spell up in here in Washington. The next 2 weeks, we're going to have 20-degree weather at night. It's crazy. We had such a warm winter up to this point, and now it's like, boom, we're getting the tail end of the last polar vortex that you people got full steam. I'm complaining about 20 degrees. To you, that was warm, I know. But we've got freezing nights for the next 2 weeks. Unusual for Western Washington, I assure you. Donald Trump is going to talk in a few minutes, but I'd like to just tell you briefly what I think he's going to say. Thank you. We need a wall, a human wall on the southern border. We're going to send all our troops down there because it's such an emergency, even though nothing's happening. So we're going to prepare for possibly sending our troops down to Venezuela and starting a war there. You know that's what he's going to be talking about. Anything to get our mind off the Russian collusion issue, and now that Mueller has the new files from Roger Stone, whatever they foretell will be very telling. Unlike Matthew Whitaker, our acting attorney general, who said Mueller was going to wrap things up, I think Mueller's just got handed a huge amount of information about Trump and the money laundering and all the connections. Oh yeah, that's what I think. But then again, Mueller might be a shill working for the deep state. Here we go. Let's take a look. The man who thinks he's great.
You were saying a lot of anxiety there.
Well, I'm happy to be interrupted by the entrance of the President of the United States. I'll step aside anytime for that. There is anxiety, especially among Republicans, over the shutdown, and kind of in general, the last year has been one of ups and downs legislatively. However, there's a lot of excitement because think about this. 101 people in that chamber are newly elected. They've never been to a State of the Union before. So there's almost just sort of like a first day of school kind of excitement for many of these, especially younger and first-time lawmakers that are in that chamber tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And a lot of them are a lot younger than the class that preceded them. As we watch President Trump greet and be greeted by members of Congress who are seated there along the aisle, I want to introduce all of you to the team who's going to be with me watching the president and analyzing his remarks later. Joining us all this night, syndicated columnist Mark Shields, Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, Peter Wehner of the Ethics and Public Policy Center in Washington, who served in the last 3 Republican administrations, Karine Jean-Pierre, senior advisor to MoveOn.org. She worked in the Obama White House, and Chris Buskirk, editor of the conservative blog American Greatness.
Mr. President, your tie is slightly off center, sir. Do you mind if I don't touch the president? My hair is more beautiful. Yes.
It's after presidents have suffered stinging rebukes in midterm elections, the common approach is to reach a common ground, to reach across the aisle, come in a little bit humble, as Bill Clinton did in '94, as George Bush did in.
Donald Trump humble? Is that a joke? Trump must have hair plugs. Yeah, good question. I don't know. All I can tell you is that woman that he allegedly raped at 13 years old was so frightened she dropped the charges. She said they threatened her life. And now Michael Cohen claims that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump is threatening his life. You don't get that in mainstream media news clips. You don't hear that, do you? Mr. President, your tie is crooked. Are you crooked? Excuse me, Mr. President, straighten your tie or else. We have a national emergency, ladies and gentlemen. Trump is going to have to straighten his tie. Hold on just a second. My fellow Americans.
Throughout the night, because they are the fixture, as tradition would have it.
Oh my God.
The president at this point enjoy.
Please, somebody straighten his tie. Please. This is going to be the biggest. Oh, sorry. Don't call me a bitch. You're out of here.
You've watched this president before. He seems to be enjoying the moment.
Well, he enjoys it when he's the center of attention, and he is the center of attention. But I'll tell you what I'm looking for in this speech is his aides are saying that this is going to be an effort to unify the country. I just don't think that's realistic. And the reason I don't is that this is a person whose entire presidency has been based on division and acrimony and anger. And number one, I don't know that he can pull it off. And number two, even if he does, I don't know how plausible it is or how long it'll last.
Amy Walter, that's the skepticism that's out there, isn't it?
Well, and it's a well-earned skepticism. But look, there are actually real things on the table here that have to be, theoretically, have to be figured out in the next few days here, especially about a potential government shutdown.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. many of us have campaigned on the same core promises to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes. Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Hey. Gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin.
Why has nobody went to the meeting such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know,
This
but
year,
I think
American
I know.
astronauts will go back to space
'Cause
on
we
American
didn't.
rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before.
There's a slight time delay here, so his lips will be slightly out of sync with his mouth and his face. Is it over yet? Oh, sorry.
But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it.
Bullshit!
Jobs. And importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps.
That's not true. That's bullshit.
The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office. And we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world. Not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century.
That's a fake statistic, completely altered. We've got 45% unemployment right now.
Hispanic American and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Statistical lie. They've been using that statistical lie every year.
Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low.
Not true. That's a lie. Not true at all. There's 97 million people unemployed in America. That's not 4%, that's 45%.
157 million people at work.
Lie.
We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit.
We lost $5 trillion in potential tax income from the rich. Thank you.
We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, Right to Try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations.
$5.5 trillion in tax loss from the
And
rich.
we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America is again winning each and every day.
What is this, Charlie Sheen winning again?
Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant, and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall. But the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need. And these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Really great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal, but no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words: Made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam.
Yeah, Saigon, maybe.
2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair.
Was Juan Guaido elected?
Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country.
We don't want that. No.
America was founded on liberty and independence.
Well, then bring
and
us
not
liberty.
Government coercion,
Yeah.
domination, and control.
Right.
We are born free and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country.
Well, we already are a socialist country. Sorry to say, we already are a socialist country. You need to steer away from that. Yeah, we don't like you, Bernie. Yeah. Thank you.
One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield
Wrong.
progress.
Wrong. Imperialistic.
For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem.
Zionist. Pure Zionism. Totally kowtowing to global elitists. Pure Zionism alert. New World Order alert, everybody. You're looking at the New World Order Zionist threat that our country is facing.
Have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars.
You create wars, Mr. Trump. You're creating wars with your hostility to the entire Muslim world.
When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement But we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace. And the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer
Prove it.
Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire
Prove it.
and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer.
Yeah. Sure.
Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. But he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Matson, please.
What about Mordecai Rosenberg, who cut off a boy's penis just a year earlier at that same synagogue? Well, he looks pretty good for having 12 surgeries. You good job there, buddy. Man, was he fat.
Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you. very much.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began.
Oh, sure he did.
But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday.
Oh, you look like you're doing pretty good there for having, been in that battle of gunfire. Wow, what a tough Holocaust survivor. Such a deal. Awkward moment much? Oh, happy birthday. Yes, congratulations. Did you get the GoFundMe money that millions of one person sent you? That's
They
called...
wouldn't do that for me, Judah.
Okay, Judah. Yeah, Judah.
Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans, it's the Americans."
Okay, the token Jewish person takes over the show, everybody. We're just right in the middle of the grandstand self-love society of Donald Trump. We're just tapping into that right now. We'll be up and running with commentary as soon as he's done with his personal love affair.
A second Holocaust survivor who is here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. To me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists, and they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story.
Was Herman a Nazi?
The beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau.
Wonderful. Great. Awesome. Good job, Herman. Thank you. Big round of hand for Herman. This is an awesome day for Herman. This is a big moment for him. Thank you, Trump. He deserves some recognition. Good job, Herman.
He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together.
Here we go again.
Tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Herman will be spending some time tonight with the Illuminati Love Party and some other people in the cult of the Masonic Lodge where he hangs. Or was it the Shabbat Leibovich house?
American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944. They were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old. But they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn.
Speak a little faster.
Why did they do it?
Jeez.
They did it for America. They did
America.
it for us.
They did it for us.
Everything that has
that has
come
gone
since our
Our
triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery,
Sorry.
our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice. All of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers
What a
before
crock.
you voted to end slavery, to
Boring.
build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await.
Oh,
Our
God.
biggest victories
Stop
are
reading the
still to
script.
come.
He's doing it in 5-word
We
segments.
have not yet begun to dream.
We have not yet
we must
begun to dream.
choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans.
Oh,
We do the
say,
incredible.
can you see
We defy the impossible.
by the
We
dawn's
conquer the
early-
unknown.
Holy comb over, Batman.
This is the time to
That's right, Robin.
reignite the American imagination.
That's right, Robin. This man
is
is
the time
hearing
to search
an earpiece talking to him right
To
now.
the tallest summit and
Holy
set our
makeover.
sights on the brightest star. This is the
Holy
time to
Botox,
rekindle
Batman.
The bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make.
It is? We're screwed.
I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials.
No, we want to
faced,
choose failure.
No matter
We
the
chose you, buddy.
challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls.
Freedom. What freedom?
And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God,
Oink, oink.
must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world.
It's exhausting.
Thank you. God bless you.
Good night.
And God bless America.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the most nauseatingly long speech I've ever seen. Unbelievable what we just incurred. It was an absolute disaster. 90 minutes of slow speaking at a tempo that would put an average chimpanzee to sleep. It was a metronome of total boredom and complete Zionist shillery. Propaganda pushed upon us by this president who's misstated facts that just don't add up. We may, in the eyes of our statisticians, have the lowest crime rate or the lowest employment rate. We are actually 45% unemployed. 97 million people in America are unemployed out of a potential working force of 215 million people. That's 45% unemployment, but I'm okay with that.
Abortion, loosening abortion rights measures, and on a number of foreign policy issues. It crossed the spectrum, and there was a good amount of this speech was devoted to celebrating
Israel. Celebrating Israel. It's almost like this was a pro-Israel speech, and it completely takes me back to the halcyon days of Ronald Reagan. Not. We didn't hear anything about the International Nuclear Force Treaty, which Ronald Reagan signed with Gorbachev. Not one word was mentioned. Putin doesn't want to sign it, and he doesn't want Trump to sign it either, because Putin is now threatening our country and other countries with a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. It breaks the sound barrier 27 times. Trump never mentioned that at all. All right, everyone, this has been a massive diversion. Again, he did say early on in the speech that he wanted to not have any investigations into him. Again, trying to control and obstruct justice. Very specifically asking them not to investigate anything. That was a person that just covered his ass, engaged in a total diversion, and bracing Israel even more, even though it's led us into some pretty hairy situations in Iraq and obviously Afghanistan. My ideas of getting out of Syria and Afghanistan are now being borrowed by Trump. I want him to get out. Bolton doesn't go with those themes. I want us to get out of Syria and Afghanistan. But Trump never addressed the terrible heroin epidemic coming out of Afghanistan due to the fact that our government's been supporting warlords that continue to pump heroin into the streets of America, which is going to lead to your kids getting overdosed. I'm sorry to say. More and more people are overdosing on opioids, and Trump has done nothing to reduce those opioid overdoses. His representative is Kellyanne Conway, if you can imagine. He's done nothing to address the toxic air and water that we're breathing and drinking, or the possible 5 million homeless that are currently living in our neighborhoods. He never mentions the reality of a very slow retail economy that's completely, almost to the point where it's on teeters of collapse, with companies like Sears and JCPenney's getting close to complete and absolute closure. Sears got bailed out just by the nick of a short little strip there. They have a lot of properties, but they're barely hanging on. So that's not a robust economy. You just listen to a liar talk for an hour and a half. How does that make you feel? Are you feeling all warm and fuzzy, everyone? Welcome. Welcome to this nightmare.
Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush
All right. Thank you for putting up with that noise pollution. Your grandparents lived in the mail order home from Sears, a Craftsman home. Very nice. I never saw one of those up close and personal, but I know they're out there. Those Craftsman homes were amazing. I would love to be able to get Sears back on track. There's a lot of ideas that they haven't exploited, but I'm not the CEO of Sears. I know all the clearance stuff you saw at Sears was still overpriced. Well, we had a great sale in our area. It was almost beyond belief how good it was. Sarah got a $250 outer coat, the white one she wears that makes her look like Jackie Kennedy. We got that for an amazingly low price of $15, which is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you just have to hit the sales at the right time. But most of the Sears stuff that we went to, I didn't see any big deals. So I would agree with you. But these people don't know how to liquidate. Oh, I know. The coat is great. She still has it. I'm going to have it professionally cleaned for her. There's a few coats that we're trying to, make better. Like this David Taylor I'm wearing right now. I noticed I was getting some spotting on my sleeve because I've got a black chair here. So I decided to put a plastic bag over it during the show so it doesn't get any black on it. But I wiped it down. You can clean your coats. You don't have to go to a dry cleaner necessarily. Yeah, ways of saving. Believe it or not, spot cleaners do work. I swear by them. I have about 4 or 5 different spot cleaners. Professionally cleaned is a dry cleaner, man. That costs money. But you can clean your coat. This is a David Taylor I picked up for $5 at the thrift store. It's a wonderful coat. It's fantastic. It fits me very well, and it makes me feel comfortable in it. And it's not something I dislike. It's warm, and it's a thrift store ready. You're gonna get some of your best threads right now at thrift stores. And I think the American people are going to find that our country is going to prosper by using what we have. Believe it or not, thrift stores are kicking butt financially across the nation. I don't know if you noticed, but 4 or 5 thrift stores opened up in my area. So I hate to say it, but thrift stores for the win. We got 50% of our malls that are empty, which is a serious problem. 50% of our malls are gutted. We're not implementing any rent control to kind of get businesses started. There's no real reseeding of new businesses in retail under Trump. He's just constantly bragging about everything that the statisticians lay out for him. Now, you probably know that the Republican National Committee hires 10 people every day to give Donald Trump a list of things that he's doing great at doing. I mean, everything is positive. Nothing is negative. So every day he gets a briefing, not from our intel people who leave him out of the briefings. He doesn't get any intel like a normal president would normally get. He simply gets briefings from the RNC. They tell him what a great job he's doing. So when he talks about these things, it seems almost like he really believes it, because he really does. They get total briefings. He's totally made up into a positive mode. Thank you. But I'm really concerned that if we don't get to the bottom of our homelessness problem, and the Democrats have done nothing to solve this problem, it's going to continue encroaching upon all of your areas that you're living in. Many of your houses will be worthless. And the chances of you even owning a house is pretty low if we continue going on this road to ruin that Trump is on. Trump is pursuing the same pathway Adolf Hitler pursued. I know that sounds a little odd, but let me explain it to you. The people that funded Adolf Hitler were connected to the Rothschild family. And believe it or not, Trump is indirectly connected to the Rothschild family too. It's hard to understand, but the Zionist band to Donald Trump is connected to a Shabbat Leibovitch organization that Jared and Ivanka go to. You see, Donald Trump was pretty much running out of money 20 years ago. 10 years ago, he was flush with cash. And it was right around then that the Russian oligarchs started funneling money into his campaign and virtually fueling him. Now the Democrats are unveiling a potential link between Maria Butina, the Russians, and Donald Trump's inauguration funds. Very suspicious things, and I welcome the Democrats to keep looking, because I think there's plenty of trails of money that Mueller is overlooking. The very fact that Mueller closed down the case against Manafort with a complete wrapped-up plea agreement shows me that Mueller is hiding something. And that second trial was all about money laundering. And I'm wondering where the money kickback to Donald Trump was from Michael Cohen. All that's been hidden by Mueller, too. So if the Democrats can unearth this trail of money from Cohen back to Trump and Manafort back to Trump, you'll have everything you need for the impeachment. So it's just a question of time before his hot water takes him into a very dangerous zone. Putting out a generic speech like that, where he literally read off of a... Actually, he wasn't even reading. I looked at his eyes. I did not see him read very much at all. And you'll notice that the syncopations in his words were set up with 5 to 7 word sentences that could easily be delivered in an earpiece. The syncopation to his entire speech was slow and methodical, like someone was feeding him sentence after sentence after sentence. That's not what we need. We need originality from a president, not some guy who's just going to mouth the words of a Zionist elitist group of people that kept him and put him in power. And he'll use any means possible, even covert means, to get money for his own personal success. This is a man who has been profiting from the White House from day one and continues to profit, violating the Emoluments Clause, conflict of interest laws, and the Democrats are so weak right now that they can't even stand up to this man who is literally hijacking our economy for his own personal gain, and the gain of 6 billionaires nested in his administration. Can you imagine? 6 billionaires, and then there's this Labor Secretary Acosta who gave Jeffrey Epstein a light sentence on virtually trafficking 60 potential child prostitutes. He got 1 year because of this man, our Labor Secretary Acosta. And then all the rest are billionaires. And you can't tell me they weren't like Betsy DeVos and gave him $9.5 million and the Republican National Committee $200 million to get elected, or to get assigned Secretary of Education. We have a problem that is beyond your wildest imagination. A man literally turning the White House into his own profit machine, while our country continues to slide economically, and you know it, I know it, we can feel it. No matter how much BS the Democrats lie to us about, our country is just as bad as it was under George W. Bush, no thanks to Obama. In fact, we're way deeper in debt, thanks to Obama. And now Trump is sliding even faster. Let me show you a chart that's pretty disturbing. I brought this into the show last week, and everyone said, yeah, bring more charts, Dave. This is from Bloomberg. This shows you the spending practices of our country from, you see George W. Bush through 2000, all the way up through, he got pretty spendy up there. And then all the way down, he cut his spending to this level when Obama took over. Obama shot the spending straight up. And only because of the sequester, right in here is where I said the countdown to economic collapse begins. 5% sequester, he was forced to keep spending at a solid level throughout that time period, dropping it a little bit with cost-saving methods, but look what Trump is doing. The exact same thing. So we are virtually running into huge red zones. Trump has overspent $1 trillion every year that he's been president. Overspent, mind you, and our government is not financing, your tax dollars are not financing our government. Yeah, I agree, Jackson. Too many BSers and ass kissers. I had to turn it off too. But we're not financing our government's operation. It's not a pay-as-you-go operation. The truth is, our government has been borrowing left and right at excessive amounts to finance the charade of a government that we have. That when you shut it down, it doesn't affect most of us. Most of us get gas, no problem, at the gas station because that's privately funded and owned. Most of us have your kids going to school because that's run by the states, which ironically draw more direct income from property taxes, which is heavily funded and thoroughly backed by taxpayers like myself who pay property taxes. So everything seems to run without the federal government, except for maybe the TSA. What are we losing? Men and women, or mostly men, just watching people go through rapid scanners with their bodies and genitals showing? I mean, we don't even need to do that on people. That's dangerous to people. We could actually use the rapid scanners on suitcases, luggage, and people could have magnetic wands to be safe. We don't even need the TSA. We could save $7 billion a year by just employing the existing people we pay already at the National Guard. The Coast Guard could be fused with the National Guard with one bill signed by the president, and we could have the National Guard be part of the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard would get funded. We wouldn't even need the rest of the government to operate. The people sitting around on their ass at NOAA, NASA, FAA, FDA, EPA, they aren't doing a damn thing. So this government really should look at shutting half of it down just because of the cost overlays that we're currently expending. We can't keep this up, folks. This is a huge, bizarre BS scam, a Ponzi scheme, where they keep printing up money and pretending like everything's doing really great while we careen toward an economic collapse simultaneously. And it could happen in your own personal life when you can't pay your mortgage. Where's the relief? Donald Trump doesn't even have a making homes affordable plan anymore. That's over. They're phasing those programs out. Trump doesn't have a safety net for anybody. We've got ideas that will get people jobs in the upcoming election and beyond. We have the idea, which you could theoretically have a tremendous job opportunity. Building ocean pipelines. There you go. This would be kind of cool. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great to be able to produce fresh water when no one else can? I would think fresh water would be something we'd want an abundant amount. I would think California would need fresh water. I know that Las Vegas is facing drought conditions. They have a daily demand of water in Vegas at about 50,000 gallons minimum. We could supply that with an ocean pipeline direct from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. We could produce 50,000 gallons a day, maybe even more. There's no reason why we would be facing drought conditions in California like we are. So our show takes on tougher issues that are beyond the scope of the two-party system. Why are we running into a climate change situation? The Democrats haven't come up with a plausible reason. We've got the reason here. It's very simple. They are literally trying to manufacture weather modification to cause major problems within the entire environment. We're being sprayed like insects. And if we stop this and we address this issue as a political format, we will be able to arrest this climate change that's happening. Trump cares more about Israel than he does about anybody because Israel paid his bills. Yeah, he's been getting funding from AIPAC, an organization that doesn't even register as a political action committee. Now, I don't know about you, but the U.S. law requires people to register as a political action committee. Otherwise, they're going to be in a felonious state with the McCain-Feingold Act. The FEC does not like it when AIPAC doesn't register. They're not even a political action committee. They're public affairs organization for Israel. Now, how can our government allow a public affairs organization to fund people like Clinton and Trump, AIPAC? I don't get it. I don't understand how they can just violate the law and get away with it. Well, therein lies the problem. Israel doesn't even want to admit that they have nuclear weapons. They want us to be their stool pigeon and sit back and watch while they prance around the world threatening Muslim nations and forcing really an increase in nuclear weapons like with Iran all around the world because they won't even admit to having nuclear weapons. And Donald Trump wants to give them full foreign aid, a huge amount of foreign aid, $3.8 billion a year. Now, I agree that Trump did the right thing by not signing the treaty with Iran. I wouldn't have either. Iran didn't meet the clause's requirements. IAEA weren't in there at the appropriate time. We have a lot of problems with that treaty. We could easily rewrite it. and dropped the sunset provisions, which really retired out too soon and gave Iran a chance to just hide missiles anytime they want. So I'm not in any way going to turn my back on negotiations with Iran if they're willing to talk. Trump is creating that enemy thing that George W. Bush had with Iran. And he hasn't really made any progress with North Korea. Nuclear reductions are not even on the table. And we're at their second meeting. Pompeo is acting like a mobster when he sets these meetings up and makes Kim Jong-un feel ill at ease. They even said that they felt like they were dealing with mobsters. So we have a real problem now. Trump is proceeding forward without any plan. North Korea, no nuclear disarmament is on the table. He is angering Iran, something fierce. He's angering Iraq by forcing his will upon them, when in fact we can have a low-key response to Iraq and actually assist them by reducing our military strength there and modernizing it. Trump hasn't unveiled my idea. Ironically, remember the safe zone idea that Trump started saying it was his idea? That's my idea. I'm the one who created the safe zone idea for Iraq, and I was going to sell it to the Iraqi government as a concept to help them build for themselves a secure, safe way of resisting sectarian violence well into the future. I can get into the meat and potatoes of this entire problem and discuss it at a ground level. Trump is talking about ideas as though we're going to keep our presence in Iraq, but with a force that's going to step on the Iraqi leadership. That's not what my idea is. It never was. So Trump bastardized every idea he stole from me, including the 1,000-mile fence idea, which I've had for at least 10 years now, since 2008, actually going on 11 years. And when he started talking about the fence, he didn't want to call it a fence because that's my idea. He called it a wall. And he still won't call it anything but a barrier, an invisible see-through barrier. He refuses to use the word fence because he knows he stole the fence word from me. And unfortunately, I can get this entire thing funded for $1 billion, whereas he wants 5.7 to give an indeterminate distance of fencing, which anybody could climb up and literally walk all over. The slat fencing that Trump has put in is already shown to see numerous illegal aliens jumping over that. They jam rocks in between the slats and they climb up like a fence, and that they throw tar paper or rugs over the top of the concertina wire. They're in. No big deal. They might, break a rib coming down, but they're in. His fence sucks. We can slick the sides down of this thing and get it so slick with one coloring. Disregard the graffiti here, but by the time they're done, they'll probably have it graffitied. The reality is one slick side that you can't climb over, and we can put concertina wire along the top in big rolls, which are a lot easier to distribute than stitching them to a fence, which takes a hell of a lot of work and a lot of pliers, a lot of big rubber gloves, and our military is doing that right now. Concertina wire is designed to be pulled out like this. It's super easy to install. And we could even, concrete or shootcrete down on it so it's locked in concrete. There's a whole thing called shotcrete that could be used against the other side of the container fence. Shotcrete could make it infinitely stronger, and we could even throw a webbing of neural nets that would be like a smart grid behind there inside the shotcrete, so if any breach ever occurred, we would know exactly where it is. Nets, if you can imagine a net formulated out of nylon, but instead make that fiber optics, we could actually determine exactly the nodes which are being breached at any given time. Trump doesn't have anything near the complexity of this in his plan. It's like Barney Rubble and Fred and Flintstone. Hey, what do you want to do, Fred? I don't know, Barney. You want to go build a fence? Yeah, I mean, that's basically what he wants to do, except he wants to call it a wall. Now, let's not forget that Donald Trump said that Mexico would pay for this. He lied. He had no idea what he was talking about when he stole the 1,000-mile container fence, or the 1,000-mile fence idea that I came up with. But this is the cheapest way to do it. There's no doubt about it. We've done the math on it. $2,000 a container. We're going to need over 200,000 of them, but we got them. We got them at the docks. They're easy to acquire. It's not a big deal. We can build this fence in 6 months to a year, and we can use prison labor to do it, which can be a lot cheaper than hiring Cemex, a Mexican cement company, to build the fence that he's building. I can't even believe he's contracting a Mexican defense. He said they were going to pay for it. We're paying them. That's how ironic this whole thing is. Even if Nancy Pelosi does grow a brain cell and realize we need to approve some funding for the fence, even if she does realize this in the next few days before the next shutdown, we still have a serious reality check with Donald Trump funding it with paying a Mexican contracting firm called Cemex to put it up. That's never even been addressed because the Democrats are in this too. They want money from rich Mexican oligarchs. It's ironic. The Democrats and Republicans are siphoning money off of various international firms. And you saw Brett Kavanaugh with that smirky kind of beer-like grin that he had coming in there along with all the other stupid Supreme Court members. That was crazy. It was shocking. I'm really kind of in a state of shock. Nancy Pelosi, they say, has got some speech defect happening. We're not sure if she's drunk or what happened when she said these words. Let's take a look at it.
Not going to be any war money in the legislation. However, if they have some suggestions about certain localities where technology, some infrastructure, as I said, about the ports of entry, we might need more ports of entry. We might need some roads. That's part of the negotiation. It is not a negotiation for the president to say, what Congress, what did he say today? It doesn't matter what Congress does. I knew that he wanted it all to himself. I mean, oh, really? A president who wants to have Congress be completely irrelevant in how we meet the needs of the American people? No. Oh, come on. So let them work their will. I'm an appropriator. See, that's where one of the places I was forged. Intelligence. Shall we go to that subject on the president? Intelligence and appropriations. And they know their brief, they know their limitations in terms of financial resources, and they have to choose the best way to use the money.
What the hell does she have against building a wall? I mean, really, the Xanax was kicking in, or is that Oxy and Xanax? I don't know. I don't do drugs. I may smoke a little herb, though. That's why I'm pro-legalization. But, yeah. Well, I believe in marijuana legalizations across the country because I believe that the best thing for our economy is to get these profit centers growing. And they're already helping states like California, Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, Maine, Nevada. I mean, you name it. All these 36 states now are introducing some form of marijuana legalization, which is exactly where we're headed. Trump is behind the times and literally holding us back. But let's take a look at this Attorney General person this is more information, more dirt on him. The guy that Trump is trying to replace the interim Attorney General Matthew Whitaker with, the football player that looks like he's a little out to a few too many tackles, a little blinky at the switch. Let's take a look at this. How William Barr helped Time Warner pay executives millions while laying off thousands. Wow. Let's take a look at what he did. William Barr, Trump's nominee to be the next Attorney General, chaired the Compensation Committee on Time Warner's corporate board. He delivered every raise and bonus bump the executives running the company desired, all while they laid off thousands of workers. Wow. That's a serious story. Now, I'm also concerned that he wrote a letter, 20-page letter, to Rod Rosenstein, the Deputy Attorney General who handles the Mueller case. He wrote a letter to him insisting that they should stop investigating Michael Flynn. Now, this is public record, and it is a gross example of siding with Russia. Now, I don't know who paid his bills, but he tried to get us to back off of an investigation that led to Michael Flynn and what happened with him and how he admitted to working for Russia while he was our national security advisor. Now, remember, Donald Trump hired a man, Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, when Sally Yates, the former acting attorney general when Obama stepped down, told Donald Trump that Michael Flynn worked for Russia, Donald still hired him, which is an example of Trump using whatever power he had to continue planting Russian spies in our government. And God knows how many he's put in there already. But this guy wrote a 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein defending Michael Flynn and saying you shouldn't investigate him. Shouldn't investigate the Russians who already hacked our election? This is a little suspicious, so this man should not be our attorney general. He'll be working for Russia. Plain and simple. And with his track record of not caring about workers in settlements, another case of a Mr. Corporate bought-off oligarch guy. I don't dissimulate speculation as fact. I'm saying it is a fact that he wrote a 20-page document to Rod Rosenstein. I'm saying it's a fact that he tried to stop Rosenstein and Mueller from investigating Michael Flynn. These are facts, okay? I'm not making this up. It's a fact that Sally Yates told Donald Trump not to hire Michael Flynn because he was working for Russia, but Donald did anyway, and for 24 days, Michael Flynn was sitting on the top secrets of this nation. And right now, we've got Jared Kushner sitting on the top secrets of this nation for whatever surreptitious purpose he wants to use for financial gain, like he did when he manipulated Saudis against Yemen. We know for a fact he did that. For Jared Kushner to even have top secret status at this point is insane. And I hope the Democrats get to the bottom of that too, because they aren't doing enough. I don't know if the people in the Democratic Party really know what's going on. I'm beginning to think that they don't even follow the news. Not as closely as some of you and I do. You and I are probably reading the news more than our Democratic leaders, because they aren't even Democrats. Even though they call themselves Democrats, they're the least Democratic people I've ever seen. They're more socialist. Yeah, he looks like John Goodman. John Goodman looks more like him now that he's lost some weight. Yeah, he's looking pretty good. I mean, it's hard to imagine, getting your weight down at his age, but John Goodman's done a pretty damn good job. Look at him. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight. I think that's great.
Yes.
John Goodman?
Is he sick or something?
No, he looks good. I think he just went on a diet. Somebody just said, "Hey, man, your cholesterol is probably running a little too high."
That's good.
But isn't that great? He's a great actor, and I'm really glad that John Goodman is.
Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, and they're saying that
being John Goodman.
Yeah, they're saying that William Barr is the guy Trump is putting out there as Attorney General. Looks like him. Yeah, I'd say that's a similarity. But William Barr is way fatter than John Goodman is. And he doesn't seem to care about the workers either. We just found out that William Barr, when he was in charge of a compensation committee on Time Warner's corporate board, he gave raises to all the executives, but he pretty much laid off thousands of workers with nothing. Thanks for kicking that guy, Scissor Fight. Hey, Sarah's going to come in and spend some time because I'm going to have dinner, and she can talk about her take on the world at large. And let's get a different background for you here. It's still icy here.
Just leave the icy here.
Well, I don't know. I had a pretty one last night. Let's see if we can bring it in pristine. There it is. Okay. Welcome to America, everyone.
That looks like summer a little bit.
Yeah.
Christine,
we wish.
Is there something happening here?
Well, I was getting marks on my elbows.
Oh.
And I've had to clean them off.
Gotcha. Okay. Good. I was going to search if he said what I thought he said. That's Trump, that is. Yeah. He said he wanted to enact new school choice legislation, but he didn't say any details about what that would look like. And it was kind of interesting to me that he talked about that whole school choice issue, that when Trump talked about it, he was let's see if that's, there we go. He was, had just finished talking about I don't know where that one is. He just finished talking about childhood cancer. So to me, I felt like it was kind of a slam, obviously, against public education, but it was like a double slam, like public education is like a cancer or something. That's what I read into the speech tonight. And as you all know, I'm definitely in favor of public education. I think it's a good thing. Let me move this down. There we go. Okay, I will tell David where your links are so that he'll get around to them. Let me just move them over to the big screen and maybe I should get to them right now. Do you want me to go through all your links? Well, some of them I have to wait for him to get to later. Also, I needed to put this up here. All right. Oh no. Let me just move this there. There we go. Okay. I had to do some movements on the screen real estate. Some of them are important for David. Do you want me to get rid of that one about the the comment about nobody stealing your jobs, you spend too much on wars? I left them all up on my other screen where he was broadcasting Trump from. So there we go. He'll go through those. Hopefully. Is it a Bob Ross background? I don't think so. I don't know where I originally got this background from. But I do like it. It's on my hard drive right now. You already wasted our previous Sarah time with the State of the Union address. Did you guys all hear that I finished my master's degree? At least the assignments. I don't have my master's degree in hand yet, but I passed my last task for it. So now it's just about getting the paperwork, but yay. I'm not into anything secret, no. I know, that's true. Cool 8,000, you're right that Trump will not remember talking about school choice. But the fact that he put it in his speech, right, with childhood cancer is just kind of crazy. Yes, I'm working. I'm getting my master's, yes. And today I found out that, yeah, it's all done. I don't have to do any more work toward it. And tomorrow's my birthday. And that's great. This has been probably the best year of my entire life. Or the most, yeah, actually I think it has been one of the best years of my life. I will go to a graduation when they schedule it to be up near me because they only have certain graduations and they're like all around the country. So when they do have one in Seattle, but I don't know, like once a year. So when they do that, then I'll go to it. Yeah, so true, Hula Mula. Yes. Oh, thank you for the early birthday. Congratulations. I appreciate that. I feel like I've had really, it's next year will be a good year too, but I don't think it'll surpass this year. I mean, there was so much cool stuff. I was going through a list like of all the things I accomplished this year, and It's been really a productive year for me. Very productive, which is cool. I even produced produce, which I didn't think I would do, but oh yeah, I believe that. Hula Moo, I never saw him do that. It should be about what's best for kids. For me, it's about what's best for kids. When you bring up the idea of building your own tiny house, liberals freak out like it's something they can never imagine doing. People, you've got to realize you have your ability to do anything. The hardest part, of course, is getting land. Well, maybe not land. Land is still affordable. But if you bought a pre-existing house, as soon as you put a house of any kind of structure on the land, it just, people think that it's worth so much more money. True. You might be right, 247. Well, our school lunches up here are pretty healthy. Of course, it's become more large scale. It used to be like a local, just kind of in-house food service system, but now it's like a leading food service or a huge food service company that does all kinds of food service all around the country, maybe even the world. And they but if you think about how food services in the cafeteria, they have to provide, it's like a massive restaurant, and then all for like $3 a meal. And they have to meet certain nutritional guidelines and still giving kids choice. And wow. I wonder if that's the case. I don't know if this company we have one that's was originated in France, I guess, but now they're in the US. Wow. I don't know if they do prisons or not. I know they do a lot of schools. All Americans. They're to have skills that stress you? Wait, what? Yeah, isn't that crazy that they don't go to public school? I think public school has a lot to offer. Maybe I have a lot to offer in public school. So police confront protesters in Paris as French unions march over a minimum wage. Okay, I think I'm going to close out of that one, but... Oh, I didn't mean that. I'm just going to go to the other one. Isn't that crazy? People should be able to do repairs in their own home. I've tried to repair certain things. I try to do repairs, and then I call in not people I look down on. I call in people I look up to because they're the experts. And I realize that I can't do that, so I need help, and I'm willing to pay for the help. That's what I do. Hula Moolah thinks the rich elite, or asks, are the rich elite able to do the jobs of the working class, like clean toilets, work in farms, look after animals? They're classy people who see working class as trash. They think they're classy. I think they're classless. Well, I'm talking about like fixing a leak or fixing a leak mainly, doing little maintenance around my house, painting, cleaning toilets, of course, and fixing plumbing leaks and things like that. And then I realized, man, the plumbers, they're experts that need to get paid for what they're doing. So, yeah. Roofers are the same. I didn't realize it's illegal to do electrical repairs on your home, but it makes sense because that is a dangerous job and professionals should be doing that. But, yeah. I think people should be able to experiment with solar panels if they want. I'm looking for, I have a roofer in mind that I do trust, but you're right. It's like, I've tried doing some roofing on my own, but some of the roofers, they're professionals. I'd rather have a professional roofer work on my house. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Maybe get up there and help them, but man. I've done painting. I'm glad you've done painting. David's done a lot of painting. And we've done little like we built a shed together, things like that. I would say I'm a centrist. I'm not left or right. I would call myself a centrist, right in the middle of the political spectrum. I'm sure that some people would look at some of my policies that I believe in and say those seem like leftist policies, and other policies I believe in and say they sound like right policies. But I think I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. And I'm willing to listen to people, but not necessarily easily converted. I'm willing to explain my reasoning behind my... Thank you. I'm willing to explain the reasoning behind why I believe the way I believe. Like I believe in the right to bear arms, and some people say that makes me far right, but At one point, I wasn't so fond of that right. And, people that I've talked to really kind of convinced me that it's true that if without the right to bear arms, then the only people that end up armed is the government and criminals. And that a lot of reasons that one of the reasons that fortunately people don't break into houses is because they don't know if people are armed. Hello, Allura. You did that test online and you ended up a centrist as well. I'm sure people can manufacture guns, yeah. Well, I don't think it's about just hunting. I really think, another thing that convinced me was that if you look at the video, you can search for it. It's what was that restaurant in Texas where there's a mass shooting? And in Texas, they have they can take their guns pretty much anywhere. And this woman said that she went into the restaurant and the restaurant said no guns inside that particular restaurant. And so she put her gun in the trunk of her car. And normally she carried it around in a purse, and this mass murderer came in and started shooting. And she reached for her purse and she realized that she didn't have it. And so anyway, she lost her parents, at least her mother, in that shooting. And she said if I had my weapon on me, her mom might still be alive. And then she also said at her testimony in front of Congress that the whole point of the Second Amendment is about the right of the people to bear arms because of the government. Here, I'll actually read it to you. Second Amendment. I have my little pocket constitution. It's really about protecting us from the government. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's really about allowing the people to protect themselves from the government if they feel that they need to. I hope we don't, Misanthropy, but I also do believe in our prison system as well. I'm glad that we're trying not to imprison low-level drug offenders that don't have any other reason that they've been imprisoned. I can imagine it. I hope that never happens, Real Magoo. Well, I know consensus is based on the word consent. Why is the word consent? Let me look it up. Why is the word consent spelled that way? Wait, let me look up and what am I looking for? That's not what I'm looking for. All right, study of word origins. Etym. That's what I wanted. etymonline.com. I'll look it up and let you know. You were thinking of the word consensus as a main word? I was thinking of the word consensus comes from the word consent and consensual, but I'll look up, maybe you're right. In 1754, they had the word consensual having to do with consent, formed by consent, depending upon consent. From the Latin consensus, agreement, accord. It came from Latin consensus, agreement, accord. It's a past participle of consentire, feel together, from assimilated from com, with or together, and sentir. Because it derives from the word sense, or SENSE, and they had con and sense together. I'll tell you the best. I like this site for studying word origins. I had to look it up again because I forgot the name of it. But Etym Online is really good for studying etymology. But you're right, it sounds like it could have a soft C. Haha, ghost. If you say so. I think English is a very confusing language for many people, but there is a pattern to studying words in English. I did like linguistics, but not necessarily, well, I guess some word study, but more like I really like diagramming sentences and things like that. We used to teach gun safety in schools. I wonder if some places still in rural areas do. I feel that way about certain languages from the Middle East. I don't know. I think that they Dick and asked, why do miserable people have to stay alive? I wonder if they fight off death or something. They're like, you can't get me. Death, you come for me, but you can't get me. And they make death so miserable. He's like, leave me alone. I'll just let you live. I don't want to be around you to take you over to the other side. Wordsmiths taught you so much vocabulary. Just my guns, 380. You think words are pronounced differently? Well, the thing about English is that we have, for our vowels, like in Spanish, they have the same 5 vowels for writing as we do. A, E, I, O, U. And when you read, you can learn to read Spanish and totally know what you're talking about, because each vowel in Spanish always has 5 sounds. That's it. Whereas in English, we have 5 short sounds, 5 long sounds. Then we have what are called diphthongs. And then we have R controlled sounds. So yes, a lot of times our spell, and then the R controlled, the sound like in bird, has actually four different spellings of that sound. So you could spell it IR like in bird, UR like in fur, but it's all that same sound. EAR like in search, ER like in herd, like a herd of sheep. But it's all the sound. And then there's the R sound, which is different than the OR sound. So R has a really big control over vowels. And anyway. Wait, God did it or Tower of Babel? Wait, what? I didn't think it was that strong, Froggy. Yeah, there's a lot of Greek and Latin roots that have influenced the English language. Well, the real interesting thing, I had this great English professor and he taught us about how, like, basically the origins of the English language all have to do with wars in England, and that there was at one time the Germans came over and took over England, and they were the ruling class. And then after a while, the French came in, and then they became the ruling class, but the German descendants were still there, and they became like the peasant class. And so we have two ways of saying, that's the other thing about English, is we have two ways of saying basically everything in English, and one derives closely from French, and one derives closely from German. And then people think one class is often associated with that the one that derives from French people think is more like a classy way of saying it, and the one that derives from German people think is more like crude. But that really has to do with like the class system that existed in England back in the time. What's a diphthong? A diphthong is two vowels that are put together that make a sound or represent a sound, but the sound is not a short vowel or a long vowel. For instance, OU represents the sound ow. It doesn't represent ah or o or u. You combine them together to make the sound ow. OW is also represents that same diphthong, but there's other diphthongs in English, like OI or OY makes the sound oi. OO actually has multiple ones where it's like in look. Sometimes it's ooh, like in blue. No, like in sometimes OO together has like in blood, which is different than look. Anyway, so that's a diphthong, when you put two different vowels together and they make a totally different sound than the short vowels or the long vowels. That's what a diphthong is. And it's one word. There's also a thing called a digraph, which is when you put two consonants together and they make one sound, like so CH represents the ch sound. That's called a consonant digraph. I know, I guess I like English too, but I only like it Well, I like it as much as I like math, I guess. No, I like math way more. Coin loud. Side I don't really count as a diphthong. But I guess it is. I don't know. Because I always refer that as a long vowel. So UB, just worry about the OFF is off. OF is of. American English accent, if you can even call it that. I mean, I've heard English speakers accent. Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about the English language and diphthongs.
Diphthong?
Diphthong.
What is diphthong?
A diphthong is
Diphthong.
When two vowels are put together in a word in a single syllable, and then it makes a totally different sound than long or short.
Oh.
Like oi and coin, or
Oi.
OU and cloud,
Yeah.
or
Diphthong. Okay, I didn't even realize there was a name for that. Diphthong.
it's one of the things I learned getting my master's degree.
I know.
Well, actually learned getting my bachelor's degree, but
She got her master's degree, everybody.
yay.
She passed all her
For my
courses
birthday.
for her birthday. Yeah, isn't that awesome?
It's a good birthday.
It was a
gift.
great day for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to just hang and talk about what a great day it is, I mean, that's fine. I'm good with that. But yeah.
Oh, David.
Yes.
Besides this one, which I was looking at, words, origins, Misanthropy sent you all of these links.
Oh, okay. I'll check them out.
And then I
Oh,
left
and a whole
your
new
other
rack.
ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Sarah.
All of these are.
I'll look through those right now.
Thanks for reminding me, Misanthropy.
Thank you. Okay, awesome.
Yes, thanks,
Stay
True
warm.
Blue. Thank you guys, everybody.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks for putting up with me talking about education.
Well, she's great. She's got her master's. She'll probably get an award for it. And plus, she got an online award for one of her award-winning
One of my units.
units of education she created. Yeah, award-winning. Isn't that amazing? Thanks, Sarah. Wow. That's amazing. All right, we're just digesting the whole summation of what Trump is, and I'm not really sure what he just did. Was it a support for his own mindset of everything that he believes in? Was that like the I Love Myself Donald Trump show? Yes. Well, there's a lot of influences, English influences, French influences in the English language. We're not here to talk about linguistics, though, but thank you. Yes, it has. I think the Trump award ceremony was fantastic. And did he get the biggest award? That's the question. It's like Common Core at the White House. Pats himself on the back for achievements that he didn't even do. Claims a success for women when he's an adulterer. Talks about all the women that are working in America due to him. I mean, claims unemployment rate's the lowest it's ever been when we've got 97 million people unemployed. Somebody didn't go to math school, Donald. I think it was you. Virtually 45% of our population could be working and isn't. That's not a big claim for success. Sorry. I would rather 95% of our population sat around and enjoyed themselves on the money we made from automation. Huh? What? What do you mean, Dave? Well, why shouldn't we work? We want to work. Well, you should work. If you want to work, you should. But I mean, we've got automation coming. I mean, I would think that the human race would begin to relax a little bit and just start feeding itself, as opposed to giving more and more rich people more money and more control. I don't get that. It'll work. What don't you don't want to talk about politics? Yeah. Well, I thought you were here to talk about politics. You want to talk about links? Okay, starting with the first link that came in from Misanthropy. Here we go at the 13-second mark. Good. Yeah, that was January 22nd. Yep, apparently they weren't happy due to no match. All right, that was his response to Donald Trump. Apparently that was your funny moment. That was supposed to be during Trump's speech. Oh, I get it. You actually think I can do that during the show. That's pretty funny. What do you have here? Reddit? Nobody steals your jobs. You spend too much on wars. Blah, blah, blah. 80% of the world lives on less than $10 a day. Half of the 80% lives on less than $2.50 a day. 20,000 children still starve to death every day. Meanwhile, in America, people die with health issues related to overeating while wasting 33 million tons of food a year. Yeah, $165 billion worth of food disappears. Well, listen, Uber foe, whoever the hell you are. You lost 3 casinos, Donald. Coming in here under the name Uber foe is not exactly, rocket science here. Donald is in our show right now under Uber foe. Hey, Donald. You should have just come in under the real Donald Trump. We would have known who you are. Yeah. Blaming the casino failures, though, Donald, on the idea that... I'm just kidding. It could be anybody. Blaming the casino failures on the guys that died in the helicopter accident in 1989. That was rich. Wow. Comcordy says, Dave, your show is banned on VHF, UHF, MHZ on my iPhone X, too. But Mark's show, I can see why. Because Mark is unable to stop what's going on the internet. If you can get in through some lucky chance you have the right VPN, you're in, like Flint. Well, let's be clear. I want to just say that we're wasting 33 million tons of food a year under Obama and under Trump, while subsidizing our military-industrial complex for $700 billion a year, which is far more than 7 of the highest spending countries combined. I'm reading stats from this Reddit post. While not being able to afford universal health care, despite giving Israel billions in foreign aid so they can indeed have their own universal health care system in Israel, we go without. So true. These are great sources, too. Yeah, I like that. I like it when people post something and cite their sources. That's very professional. Good. We give you an A+ rating on chatting. Let's move on to the next really big show.
Past 30 years, the Americans had 13 wars, spending $14.2 trillion. The money going there. What if they spend a part of that money on building up the infrastructure, helping the white collars and the blue collars? No matter how strategy good it is, you're supposed to spend money on your own people, right? Not everybody can pass Harvard. We should spend money on those people who are not good at schooling. And the other money, which I'm curious about, is that when I was young, I heard America is about Ford, and Boeing, those big manufacturing companies. Last 10, 20 years, I heard about is Silicon Valley and Wall Street. The money goes to the Wall Street. And what happened? Year 2008. The financial crisis wiped out $19.2 trillion USA alone. They wiped out all the white collars and destroyed 34 million jobs globally.
Yep.
So what if the money, not Wall Street, what if the money spent on the Middle East, Middle West, of the United States, developing the industry there, that could be changed a lot. So it's not the other countries steal jobs from you guys. It is your strategy.
Okay,
but you do not distribute the money and things in a proper way.
Right. He made a valid. That's Jack Ma of Alibaba fame. Brilliant man. He was rejected by Harvard, much like I was. Yeah. He also applied for work at KFC, and out of 24 people, he was the only one turned down. He's worth billions now. Yeah. He understands what has happened. There was a massive contraction of our national economy when our government bailed out General Motors, and now we don't even have control over General Motors. GM Shanghai does. Yeah. We gave General Motors what, 65 billion. We ended up getting 50 billion back, lost 15 billion. No, excuse me, we gave them 53 billion, we got 35 billion. We lost $18 billion on that deal. We lost 18 billion on bailing out General Motors. He basically laid on the line, we're losing our economy, and it may be pumped up in the real estate market with people thinking they're going to sell their house for $1.5 million in the middle of a ghetto in Inglewood. I can show you houses for $1.5 million in Inglewood right now, California. You're not going to get that, but that's the economy is pumped up. It's not moving. That economy is static. In fact, 42% lower offers for houses in the LA, Las Vegas market in the past 2 months. That shows a dip, big time dip in our biggest value holding economy, real estate. Everyone says, where do you put your money? Well, I have a house, Oh, really? Well, that's your investment, I guess. Well, you can live in it. Yeah, that's pretty good. It is unfair capitalism by the rich elite. Capitalism should be fair. We should have a free market, but we have a socialist market, and Donald acts like we don't, and he's attacking socialism. It's all about rah-rahism. That reminded me of like a rah-rah speech by some average coach in high school football. That wasn't a speech that grabbed you by your inner self and inspired you. It was just some mindless commercial in favor of Donald Trump. It was bizarre. And he's not really addressing, like I said, the INF treaty, which should be signed, and we should be pitching that globally, showing how warlike Putin is. Unfortunately, Trump is doing exactly what Putin wants, nothing. Instead of saying we want an INF treaty, again, like Ronald Reagan put together with Gorbachev, we're not getting an intermediate nuclear force treaty. Instead, we're seeing a man hate on Maduro and his entire government in Venezuela. And we're not seeing any real progress with coming up with some puppet president who was put out there because he looks good. What do we know about this guy? Yeah, called Guido for short. Guaido, Europeans' number one choice for who's supposed to be the president of Venezuela. I don't honestly believe that there's been an official election in which he was chosen. And why we're abandoning Maduro's government is absurd. So Trump has got a very myopic view of Venezuela. And, Trump cut back 18% on our purchasing of oil because he stopped purchasing Venezuelan oil. You realize what this means? Our country is now going to face price hikes in the gas sector, all because Trump won't work with the existing leadership in Venezuela, and he won't even give them food assistance, all because he was somehow connected to Hugo Chavez's democratically elected government. You may not like Maduro, but I'm not seeing too many human rights violations yet. Maybe he was appointed too. That's irrelevant. The point of the matter is, why are we trying to destabilize an already unstable situation? Answer that, Jim Bob. But his Venezuela ambassador to Iraq defects and recognizes Juan Guaido as president. We're seeing a Goldman Sachs puppet here, and he even looks like Barack Obama. I mean, look at this guy. He's got the entire Barack Obama look down pat. No. We have more to lose by standing up against Maduro than we do supporting this guy. We're done here. Thank you. What the hell's going on? Hey, another brother. No, nobody did anything with your daughter, buddy. Moscow. These secret files show how the Trump-Moscow talks unfolded while Trump heaped praise on Putin. Wow, check that out. So while Trump was talking about great things about Putin, I would get along with Putin, he was quietly trying to talk about a Trump-Moscow hotel deal giving Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite. That's a pretty good deal, $50 million penthouse suite for Vladimir Putin, being the capitalist that he is. That's a fascinating reality check. Yeah. Let me put this over here in BuzzFeed land. I haven't quite gone through the other links yet, so yeah, I'm sorry I've been remiss in providing. There we go. Let's move this chair out of the way. Running the heat tonight. We're getting 20-degree weather again every night for 2 weeks. It's going to be freezing here in Washington. Not that you care, because you don't have to experience it, but and some of you who had the terrible experience of doing that massive 70 below zero temperature in the Midwest, you think 20 degrees is warm. I get it. These secret files show how the Trump-Moscow talks unfolded while Trump heaped praise on Putin. Ahead of Michael Cohen's testimony, read the original paper trail behind the campaign to build Europe's tallest tower in Moscow, and how it played out alongside Donald Trump's presidential campaign. There is the Acquisition LLC, acknowledged by Trump himself. As a candidate, Trump had a lot of praise for Putin and no business, he kept insisting, in Russia. These documents tell a different story, so he lied about his involvement with Russia. When Michael Cohen, the president's former lawyer and longtime fixer, testifies before Congress this week, one topic that is likely to be front center is his work on Trump Moscow, the over-the-top luxury real estate venture he helped spearhead leading up to the election. The development, which was never built, has already become a focus for Special Counsel Mueller's investigation into potential collusion between Trump and Russia during the 2016 campaign. And when Cohen was convicted last November of lying to Congress, it was over his false testimony that the deal had fizzled in January of 2016, well before Trump emerged as the Republican nominee. But they published a cache of internal Trump Organization documents that lay bare the secret negotiations that continued long after Cohen claimed the deal had been abandoned. The documents, many of which have been exclusively obtained by BuzzFeed News, reveal that despite Trump's claim that the development was never more than a passing notion, the effort to get the tower built was long-running, detail-oriented, and directly entwined with the ups and downs of his campaign. As he went from rally to rally, vociferously denying any dealings in Russia, his representatives, Michael Cohen and his associate Felix Sater, worked with Trump Organization lawyers and even Ivanka Trump to push forward negotiations to build a 100-story edifice just miles from the Kremlin. And they believed they needed Putin's support to pull off the lucrative deal, and they planned to use Trump's public praise for him to help secure it. So as Trump was praising Putin, he was buttering him up to sign a deal allowing a tower to be built in Moscow, which gave Putin a penthouse suite valued at $50 million. This is unbelievable. So this is the Juan Guaido that the CIA is trying to install. He is a Freemason, folks, according to Misanthropy. Thank you. Juan Guaido, who the CIA is trying to install, he is a Freemason. This is from a Reddit feed. There he is, posting with his Freemason brothers. You don't wear the apron unless you're part of the clan, if you will. The little CIA Masonic clan. Thank you. Don the Con. Yeah, so he got away with a lot of this little thing, claiming he had nothing to do with anything. I got to tell you, Blauschwert, I don't record the inner workings of the Cool Rock site. There is absolutely no cookie activity going on there. Despite what everybody else on the internet's doing, I'm not harvesting cookies from any of you. So I can't track the number of people that go there, nor do I want to. You know who would know is the guy who runs that site. I borrow space from Scraplet.com. So, okay, A Stable Genius presents Barack Obama. Wow.
As a recent member of America's unemployed, I found myself with a difficult choice. Should I live off my state pension on a beach, or should I return to the workforce? I can tell you I don't have a lot of money, but what I do have are a very particular set of skills, which is why I'm launching Honest Berries Fake IDs, authentic-looking documents, guaranteed to fool even the most stable genius. Our driver's licenses, social security cards, and passports are the best money can buy. Honest Berries Fake IDs. We also do birth certificates.
That's great. Thank you for that. That gave me a chuckle. Kind of. I wish that's the only thing that I could find funny. There's a lot of things we can find funny. Let's keep looking. Senate passes pro-Israel bill. Yes. Reuters. You got to understand the entire Senate and Trump are really standing in the way of progress toward peace in the Middle East. By being so overtly Zionist and sucking up to every single thing any Ashkenazi handler tells him what to do, Trump is essentially standing in the way of a brokered peace deal in the Middle East in the future. He won't be able to broker peace. In fact, we're heading closer and closer, edging closer and closer to a nuclear war with countries like Iran because of his attitude. Now, granted, I didn't want to sign the treaty either. That didn't mean I wanted to reimpose economic sanctions on Iran. I would have gladly not imposed economic sanctions on Iran in lieu of what has happened recently with Meng, the CFO of Huawei, a major telecommunication leader in Asia who lost their chief financial officer, the daughter of the CEO, had huge charges of violating the Iranian sanctions that Trump has imposed. I never would have put those sanctions on them. I would have patched that deal up and made Meng happy. I would have told China, we're not trying to imprison or charge any of your chief financial officers with a crime. I mean, Trump is doing that too, which is pissing off China. You see, the problem with Trump, he continually uses our foreign policy with major leaders like China, world leaders, for his own personal gain. And that applies to Russia too. Doing a side deal with Vladimir Putin while we're trying to broker some negotiations toward global peace, I mean, that's ridiculous. For Trump to have a side deal and say he had no business with Russia, that's a classic lie. And we caught him in it. The speech right there was teleprompter through his ear. I was looking closely at Trump's eyes, and I noticed that his eyes were not reading. You can see when a person's reading. Like I'll hold a document in front of me and you'll see it. Now this is not a large teleprompter, but that the preceding Constitution be laid for the United States of Congress assembled, and that it is the opinion of the anyway, you can see me reading. His eyes weren't reading. He was reciting from an audio earpiece, the very same earpiece that Obama used during his campaigns and his State of the Union addresses. They read in 7-word segments, and it sounds very slow. You notice how slow that was? Kind of pathetic, really. Okay. Your military leak, list of countries by military expenditure per capita. Right, there you go. That is a telling leak. Linky. Misanthropy is showing us that Saudi Arabia and Israel lead us per capita in spending, only because Saudi Arabia and Israel has a much smaller population, Misanthropy. Don't kid yourself. America spends more on its military than all the other countries combined. So don't throw it per capita on me, buddy. And we're looking at this thing right here. Senate passes pro-Israel bill. Measures also rebukes Trump. I can't imagine the Senate rebuking Trump and being pro-Israel at the same time. Trump might as well just suck off the you-know-what of AIPAC. Yeah, he practically does all the time. Beekman, my blackface video stands for itself. It's a classic example of free speech. And in our country where we're sliding so closely to political correctness at all times, we're seeing socialist and communist takeover of our country from the left due to their attempt to stifle free speech and define what free speech should be. Charles Schumer even said he wants to define what political free speech should be. That's absurd. Free speech is free speech, period. You can't put any type of a constraint on it whatsoever. And I did that blackface because I believed that I needed to impersonate a New World Order puppet president named Barack Obama. The American people have had no representation. How can you people even wake up in the morning and think that your government's even beginning to represent you? And I mean your local officials, too. They're simply doing whatever their corporate cronies that get them elected want done, taking your tax dollars and diverting it into their hands just so they could get elected. They get like $5,000 every time they do that. The prostitutes you call your government officials. Do I think my video is funny? I don't really care. It was satire. I don't do satire to be funny. If I was going to be funny, I'd become a comedian, but I was never attempting to be funny. If you don't get satire, there's something wrong with you. You Republicans picked a Republican named Donald Trump, who was a Democrat, who flip-flops on every issue, who lies, cheats, and steals in order to get elected, and allowed Russia to cheat, and now you're gloating in your republicanism. You are pathetic traitors to this country. That's what you are. And if you don't understand what free speech is, then you haven't understood what America stands for. We're not like England. We don't arrest people for saying a word like Paki in reference to a Pakistani person. We wouldn't even arrest anyone for using a word like that. That's absurd. That's communism. And if you think we're going to go down that road, you just met your match, because we're not going to go down that road. I made sure we secured a position against that by doing that blackface video, and I'll do it again if Michael Obama runs as a woman. Michelle's clearly not, if she's going to pretend like she's a woman and claim that she's got, potential political moves in this country, she just ran up against America's biggest problem. Yeah. We stand very proud of who we are, and I'm not going to stand back and watch a woman who clearly is a dude pretend like she's a woman and run for some political office.
Distinguished guests, and men and women of the finest military in the world. Most of all, Admiral Mullen, Deborah. Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son Jack, who's deployed today.
Michael.
All of you have performed extraordinary service to our country.
Michael. Wow. Okay. Michael. So it's not even, he calls her Michael now. Let me ask you something. Is John Podesta's voice bother you?
I shit, don't you? Take it! Take it! You think you're hot shit, don't you?
Just get lost.
You think you're hot shit, don't you?
Just get lost.
Yeah, so I disagreed. Have you ever heard the story about Norwegian men? Yeah, we make Zulu look small. Yeah. God. Yeah, Trump increased the military budget. It hasn't made us any stronger. Our Department of Homeland Security did a stress test a couple years ago, and they had a 91% failure detecting any type of contraband or explosives. How safe is a country that fails its own stress test by 91% failure rating? I mean, our country hasn't improved. We've gotten more money given to the hands of military operatives that think they're going to do their job. But are they doing their job? Like all these people he claimed and all these Jewish people? It's just, if Donald Trump wants to embrace and support our allies, he should start with NATO. We definitely need to support Israel insofar as they need at least the backing of our air power if they were ever attacked. But I wouldn't send airplanes to support Israel if they provoked other countries, like these recent raids against Damascus. Israel is doing everything they can to disrupt any type of a development of anything in Syria. And we've been systematically working and colluding with Israel for the past 20 years, simply controlling the Middle East. So if you want that policy to continue moving in that direction, we've got one opportunity, and that is total decimation of all of our enemies with powerful strike forces. We don't have any opportunity to create peace unless we step away from Israel as our bosom buddy. Having them as an ally is fine, but doing their bidding around the world and doing the work of globalists and elitists, New World Order puppets, we become just like them, New World Order puppets. We can't be led astray into that world. We will divide the Middle East against us. We can't take sides. We're taking sides under Trump. He's clearly not being objective and not looking at the plight of the Palestinian people and how Israel is hurting, killing little boys recklessly, shooting them dead. The children of the Palestinians are dying left and right at the hands of Jewish defense forces. This is crazy. And for Trump to mindlessly support that regime, that apartheid regime, as well as other regimes of separation like Duterte, where he kills innocent young men who are selling marijuana on the streets of Manila. He shoots them down, puts a bullet in their head, and worse than that, he has a young Catholic girl do it. He commissions little Catholic girls to kill people, making them murderesses. He's depraving the youth of the Philippines, and Trump likes Duterte. And Trump brags about his relationship with Kim Jong-un, which was, by the way, created by the Russians. And Lavrov, the minister for Russia, the foreign minister to North Korea for Russia, set all these up. Every meeting that Pompeo's had with North Korea was set up by Lavrov. Our government is working as a de facto agent of Russia, and Russia's merely setting up those meetings not to demilitarize North Korea, not to get rid of any nuclear weapons, not to even stop, realistically, any missile testing, but to talk about doing that, which is just buying mindless time, pumping up Trump as some great guy when all he's doing is shaking the hands of a murderer named Kim Jong-un. And you think that's great. Unbelievable. Our country's been doing the work of the global elitists. Goldman Sachs wants to take over Venezuela. Maybe the people that run the show control Russia too. Maybe they run, the oligarchs and the Western Zionists are working together to take down any resistance from any nation to their plan of global domination. Maybe they're just turning us into a castrated, worthless nation of people that don't have any money. Most of us are running out of funds. 65% of our country lives $500 away from on the street. That's a serious statistic. Trump brags about our economy when our economy is clearly ailing. This is a sick man. He's not capable of assessing the damage he's doing. He's simply reading off a script, and the people that pull his strings, they have no intent to save this nation. Their purpose is to push us down into the hole that many of you are living in right now, wondering, well, what about climate change? This president doesn't even acknowledge it, let alone admit that it's probably coming from the chemicals that are blowing in our winds, that they're purposely sticking in our faces. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for watching that with me. Yeah, the Senate passing pro-Israel bills, just we can go down that road. The U.S. Senate passed a Middle East policy on Tuesday, including a measure that would allow states to penalize businesses that take part in boycotts of Israel, and an amendment that breaks with President Donald Trump's by opposing any plans for an abrupt withdrawal of troops from Syria. That's so weird. It's like it has the Republicans want to stay in Syria. It's got that in it, and it also says you can't go against Israel. No, Bob, I'm sorry. Trump didn't nail it. He's reading off a script, or worse than that, he's taking cues from an earpiece. That was a pathetic, slow cadence that bored the hell out of everybody for 90 minutes. It was like being in the worst church environment in history, listening to Father Peter Filia with his altar boys talk about sanctity and the divine right of God to rule our lives. That was the worst speech I've ever seen. I've seen better high school coach pump up their football players to go out of the field and lose. He can't read off a teleprompter. I know it looked like he was, but it wasn't. He wasn't reading off a teleprompter. Close in on his eyes when you see the speech over again. You'll see that he's simply receiving 7-word chunks in his earpiece. I've been doing this for a long time. I know how people read scripts through earpieces. I was a voiceover artist. I understand the cadence by which a person speaks when they're told what to say. Everything Donald Trump said today was told to him in his ear. Rock, okay, what's going on, man? Long-time viewer, you decided to get a new name? That's special. Oh yeah, it does help to look like you're squinting at the teleprompter. It's a trick you learn when you don't know how to read. If you look at a document and go like this, and you're reading it like George W. Bush was doing when the World Trade Center attack occurred, he was holding a book like this upside down. This is the Constitution. And he was squinting. It's like reading the book upside down. You want to see pictures of that? I have it. It's just a technique people do. Donald Trump doesn't really know how to read very well. That's why he can't spell. He calls it global whamming, not global warming. That's one of his many spelling errors online. You'd think a president with his capacity would have a spell check system put in place, somebody reading his tweets before he flips them out. I purposely misspell in my show because I don't want AI to pull off what I'm saying and read it. So you'll see me frequently misspell. That's my excuse. AI literally listens to our chat. Echelon is currently watching and listening at the highest level and sorting through words and doing parsing. If you didn't know that, you're a fool. So oftentimes I'll misspell words purposely. But Donald does it on a public scale that no one has ever seen, where a president of the United States is so incompetent that he can't even hire somebody to actually pre-screen his tweet messages. And morons like Bob's Trailer comes in here and actually has support for Trump because they have no idea what they're doing. You got to understand, the right wing has 5 words going on in their head. Fake news, Russian hoax, wall. That's it. Fake news, Russian hoax, wall. That's all you got circulating in your empty brains. So you're just reciting whatever your grand poobah leader at the Masonic Lodge, Donald Trump, suggests. I'm just telling you, you guys don't have any critical thinking ability. You could be dumped on with insecticide and you wouldn't even know it on a daily basis. And you'd be willing to vote for a guy who acts and even read the speeches of Adolf Hitler. That's how stupid you people are. You know, they used to say, why were the Germans so stupid as to allow Adolf Hitler, who killed all those ethnic minorities and Jews? Because the German people were being fluoridated like you, Bob. I believe in a first trimester law. I'm the guy who created that concept. I introduced it in the show in 2009. John Kasich copied the idea in 2016, went on to become his plan for Ohio. You got to understand, I'm leading on these issues. I've been leading for over 10 years. I don't support what New York is doing. I have no support for a third trimester or second trimester abortion law. I think it's awful. I really do. The argument people make is, well, what if one baby is alive and what if the other baby in the twins is dead? And are we going to charge the doctor with killing the other baby if we save the mother? Blah, blah, blah. With amniocentesis, we have plenty of knowledge in advance of what a child is. If they're normal or if they're abnormal. We'll know well in advance. And mothers should never submit to the idea that you should abort your baby without an ultrasound. And I'm even the guy that suggested that we do ultrasounds on babies prior. I was the first to talk about that. And then all of a sudden the Christian community started talking about it. We should do ultrasounds so mothers know that they're killing their babies. We should. You know, an ultrasound machine is not that expensive to have in a Planned Parenthood office. I'm more than willing to do whatever you Republicans want to give women informed consent. And I want to encourage people to do prevention and make condoms readily available. And even the day after drugs should be readily available at pharmacists. But no way should we kill second and third trimester babies. That's torture. So that's where I stand on it. Amniocentesis is very close to 100% accurate. And doing amniocentesis doesn't increase miscarriage risk by that much, especially if you're doing it in combination with ultrasound. You don't think I know what I'm talking about? I'm fully aware of how close a needle can get to the amniotic fluid and how it could actually kill a baby. I realize that. But if it's done properly, it doesn't hurt the child. I could easily help people at OBGYN manage this situation much, much better. But you see, we've got to find a middle ground. We can't just stack the Supreme Court with the Republican control of our presidency, thinking that they can now, with Russia's help, stick pro-life people in office. I personally think that Brett Kavanaugh needs to be impeached. The FBI did not take into consideration the $200,000 debt he had paid for by who? Last year? Or actually in 2017, he had a debt paid for completely by somebody. That's bribery. Brett Kavanaugh can't serve as a Supreme Court justice. He could easily be bribed. Why would the FBI not reveal that information? So clearly the FBI is on criminal tracks, and I applaud the Republicans for their effort in determining how Hillary got away with all kinds of things with them. Hillary wasn't right for the presidency either, and I agree with you Republicans about that. But you also stuck Donald Trump in the White House, which is clearly sticking Russia into the White House itself. And you should realize that before our country is it's out of control. Right now, we are virtually being controlled by Russia. No question about it. They're planning on reversing Roe v. Wade, hula mula. That's their goal. Yep. Questions for flat-tards. Let's do that. Oh, we have a section on flat-tard. We're refuting the flat-tard's beliefs that the earth is flat tonight. Okay. I'll add that to our link. Thank you. Okay, we've got other things I've got to deal with right now. Wow, what a lineup. All right, apparently we got a lot of things in from Misanthropy tonight. This was one of the documents we looked at. We did that one already. Secret files show Trump-Moscow talks unfolded while Trump heaped praise on Putin. Okay, that's going to go into that role right there. That's not something I need there. Sarah likes to open up multiple layers of these things. This was a rally that occurred today in France. Meow TV was in it, he said. Okay, 4 banks, the Islamic Republic of Iran, have developed a gold-backed cryptocurrency called Paymon. Apparently, they are working toward developing their own cryptocurrency asset with the Parsian Bank, the Bank Pasargad, Bank Meli Iran, and Bank Malat. Good to know. In other words, Iran can do whatever they want on their own time. Military helicopters and DTLA. That's really weird. You normally don't see helicopters that close to a city. I have no idea where this is. DTLA. I assume it's in LA. Good to know. 3% of U.S. military spending could end starvation on Earth. Wow, that's a powerful little statistic. Worldbeyondwar.org. Wow, think about that. Yeah, I banned Beekman. I don't know how the hell he got back on the scene. Beekman, how did you appropriate your unbanning? You want to answer that? How did you appeal directly to Mark to get unbanned? You want to answer? Yeah, $30 billion could end world hunger, but we spend it all in the military. So a mere 3% of our U.S. budget. Well, you're here, but how did you get here? You were banned. I've never unbanned you. No. No, man, I never unbanned everybody after I banned you again. Whatever. All right, moving on. Nobody's stealing your jobs, Jack Ma. We did that one. Okay, very good. Now back to the main board. Great. Okay, I caught up finally. It's not easy catching up. Yeah, so this was really a bombshell. Trump-Moscow talks unfolded while Trump heaped praise on Putin. We know now that Trump lied through his teeth about his affiliation with Putin and making money at the same time. Reason we cannot get rid of NATO, Queen of England owns the USA. We don't want to get rid of NATO. Yeah, we know that. Britain never won the Revolutionary War. The USA didn't win it. Britain won, yeah. Well, let me explain something, Guest 6609. You have a good point. I have a little knowledge on this. The Act of 1783, the Paris Treaty. The Paris Treaty actually is the only document declaring our sovereignty from England. And in it, it says that England is the arch treasurer over our government and our country, as long as we have debt to England. And we clearly do. Our national debt, it combined, part of it is owed to the City of London. So in essence, you are absolutely right. You should get a product called Beano. It will help you with your massive flatulence and save the planet too. Fart less, save the earth. Yeah, I'm working on a t-shirt that says that. Would you buy that? Would you buy a t-shirt that said fart less, save the earth? Anyone? This will decide whether I'm going to do a t-shirt or not. Yeah, the Paris Treaty of 1783. Look it up, and in the wording, if you want, I'll read it to you. It says that the King of England is the arch treasurer over America, as long as we have debt to them. And our Constitution, by the way, is ostensibly a debt note. Now, this is the truth. I'm delivering truth tonight. I normally deliver truth, but I'm delivering extra truth with sprinkles of truth on it. A big pile of truth with a big red cherry of truth at the very top. Yeah, the idea is our country has completely been sold out to England, and the Federal Reserve is the arm of the World Bank, and they have private control over our monetary system. So if you want to believe that we're free and democratic and have ultimate control over our budget, we don't. In fact, Donald Trump doesn't have much control over America at all. He's just a figurehead. I'm sorry to say. And you may think he's your great leader, but he's just a puppet for the deep state. Yeah. It happens. It's no big deal. It happens. We never got any evidence from this woman who allegedly had some disturbing footage, she claimed, of a man. She was a Polet. Yeah, she recently was heard making a statement. They got her out, by the way. She's in Moscow, heading to Belarus, and she said that she has handed over all the files she had on one Deripaska, the man who she was involved with, this man right here, Putin's right arm, the right-hand man. She had dirt on Trump and the connection to Russia, but she's been totally shut down. She was a sex slave for this Russian oligarch, Deripaska. And by the way, Trump has been very good to Deripaska, has not imposed any sanctions on him. A clear example of payback. She claimed that Trump had been negotiating with Russia. Russia was controlling him with money and power, and Deripaska had evidence. Deripaska has seized that evidence. Because Mueller didn't even take any effort at all to get her safe passage out of Thailand, Mueller has done nothing to protect that woman. Never even got her testimony. We now don't have any evidence other than she's now living in Moscow and she's afraid to do anything. She's living in fear of her life. So she had to do that. She had to give up all the info she had on him in order to live back in Russia without being killed. This is the country of Russia where Putin kills anybody who goes against him. It's not that far away from Adolf Hitler's control of Germany, Russia. The Russian people are not very happy with Vladimir Putin right now either. He recently raised the retirement age of everyone living in Russia to the age that you die. The retirement age in Russia right now is the exact age, the average lifespan in Russia. That's not making people happy. They work all their lives, and statistically, they're going to die right when they start collecting their small pension plan that Russia has. You see, Russia is a very poor country. People don't realize that their economy is smaller than the state of Texas. But they're using Soviet-style techniques and the military might of the Soviet Union and their power still in their possession. to manipulate world politics. They even altered the Brexit vote. That's what the experts are saying, that they manipulated the Brexit vote, the first vote that Brexit. They were manipulating our election all along. So we're dealing with a very dangerous, desperate country that's very poor and unable to finance their own retirement funds for their own people. Also, that an oligarch named Vladimir Putin and his cronies, Deripaska, other oligarchs like him, could live high on the hog at the expense of the Russian people. Yes, Trump and Mnuchin terminated the sanctions on Deripaska just a week ago. That's right. These sanctions have not even been fully imposed by Donald Trump. He went against 99% of Congress. What we just saw today was an example of a very weak Democratically led House and a very weak Republican-led Senate, watching a man who's a simple puppet for Putin. That's what we saw today. There wasn't something big in that speech. It was just the same old crap, virtually regurgitated in front of us, like some old statistics that Trump kept citing, that the unemployment's at its lowest. I'm sorry, but there's 97 million people unemployed in America. You can't hide from that fact. You can't put out some BS unemployment stat claiming it's 4% because only 4% are collecting unemployment compensation. Most people drop out of the 24-week period and can't collect any compensation, so then according to the government, they're no longer unemployed. It's a total fake statistic. No, of course not. How could you accuse me of being a Russian double agent? I'm the one trying to save us from you traitors in the Republican Party who side with Russia. You're so stupid you can't even see 32 indictments, 7 more against Roger Stone, and you still think Trump is guiltless. No, he's guilty. And everything points to guilty with Trump. He's guilty as charged. He was working with Russia when he said he didn't have any business with Russia. You people are a bunch of traitors for standing there by his side and acting like he's your God. It's pathetic. And he doesn't even have a clear vision for this country. You're more than willing to sit there and get polluted every day, breathing chemtrails, and not realizing they're coming from the Republicans and the Democrats, who do nothing to stop them. We're being sprayed like insects, and you people are in denial. You call these contrails. You're out of your mind. They're dumping chemicals on your head, turning you into a brain-dead idiot. And you stand there supporting Trump like you are a brain-dead idiot. Well, no wonder you're breathing chemtrails every day. You don't know what you're saying. You have no idea. You have no critical thinking ability. You're probably breathing lithium. And technically, it's true. They are dumping lithium on our skies. Hillary was only doing a side deal on Russia with Podesta. Hillary and Podesta were working together simultaneously to get a uranium trading deal that Bill Clinton had put in play years before, and you think that's them working for Russia. Bill and Hillary are far too greedy to be working just for Russia, I assure you. Whereas Trump, he needed Russia. He would never have been bailed out otherwise. If Russia hadn't come to his aid in 2009, Trump wouldn't have been sitting on all that cash. They say he bought buildings with cash. What's that tell you? How did Donald Trump buy buildings with cash in 2009, right when the mortgage debacle was happening? Because Russia was giving him the money. Anyway, Trump said everything's great, making America great and all that crap. Sorry. But we are sitting on 45% unemployment, homelessness, 5 million homeless people. We've got toxic air and water we're breathing. Virtually a cesspool evolving under Donald Trump's lack of leadership. And you people stand there and brag about what a great leader he is and how he's helping us. Maybe you're investing in the stock market and you are benefiting from tax breaks for the rich. But you're not the majority of us. Most of us are not. And his agenda is strictly right out of the Rothschilds' playbook. They financed Donald Trump just like they financed Adolf Hitler to the power that he came into play. This is a family that's been meddling in world affairs for years. Donald Trump and Adolf Hitler were both receiving funds from the Rothschilds. And the Republicans getting money from from Russians? I mean, come on. Mitch McConnell getting re-election funds from Russia? Right now, Mitch McConnell is getting election money from Russia. Why? Because he can. Wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh, why he was trying to support him? In 2011, Kavanaugh ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So Mitch McConnell is receiving funding to get reelected. That's why that old turtle-like person gets reelected every single term. And the people have no idea what they're doing. They're all getting controlled with the mainstream media money that he uses from Russia to get reelected. So Brett Kavanaugh made all this possible. So you people put a bunch of burnt out alleged rapists who are drinkers in the Supreme Court. Wow, you people are really out of line, I'll tell you. You Republicans think you can jump on board and overturn the Supreme Court with your BS moves, waiting for Ruth Ginsburg to die, even announcing that she's dead on the news, on Fox News. It's just unbelievable. You really think that you're going to get away with this? She went to bed. I am stopping the New World Order, you brain-dead idiot. Get out of here. What an idiot. I don't even know how he got unbanned. I've been stopping the New World Order for years. Your parents tried to put you on Ritalin? Good. Well, I'm glad. Being on Ritalin is not good for you long term and ultimately could cause, irreparable damage to your neurons. Yeah, dumb. Exactly. Dumb rednecks support the New World Order. Good point, son of Alpo. The Republicans and Democrats both tacitly support the New World Order. They keep voting Democrat, Republican. You might as well just sign your soul over to Satan. The global elitists will take your vote and stick it back up your ass without lubrication. Here's a Las Vegas shooting expert, Mike Turber, full of BS. Yeah, we're going to take a look at this because we know that a lot of lies have been spun about the Mandalay Bay attack. And I keep spreading the word that these things are false flags because very little evidence even occurred at that time that anyone was the shooter, let alone Stephen Paddock. We have more evidence of 3 shooters on top of a building in Mandalay Bay. More evidence of that than Stephen Paddock shooting anything out of a window. We'll take a look at that tonight. Thanks, Scissor Fight. And as you know, I support Governor Northam. I hope that he continues to stay in his position in Virginia, and I respect his position. He said he's not in the blackface video or picture in the yearbook. Yeah, but I support anyone's right to speak out and use blackface humor anytime they want, or whiteface humor. I protect your right to call anybody a racist, you black people, and I protect your right to call anybody a racist, you white people. I want everyone to know that freedom of speech is paramount in this country, and there's no way we're going to stifle it or define what hate speech is under my presidency. I want people to speak their mind. When you shun people, you white people, and you black people, and you Hispanic people, I want you to know that you can speak out. Don't want you to be suppressed. If you feel that your jobs are being taken by illegal aliens and you're Hispanic, don't be shamed by your culture and afraid to speak out against illegal aliens. Tell people that you don't want your jobs taken from there's only so many jobs in California. You don't want more illegal aliens. There are a lot of Hispanics, second generation Hispanics, Latinos that do not want a flux of influence of illegal aliens coming in this country. Don't be afraid to tell people how you feel. You black people who are being beaten up, brutalized by white cops, feel free to express yourself. I'm not going to call you a BLM terrorist group. You people have every right to speak out about brutality. It's horrible what's going on in America right now. Horrible. Yeah. What about you people who are green, who are suffering from too many vegetables? Or maybe you're just green with envy. What about you people? Yeah. Or you're afraid to speak out against Zionists for fear that you're going to be called anti-Semitic. I'm sure a lot of people feel that pressure in this country, especially with these draconian laws they're putting in place. Yes, a Texas man was over vaping, everybody, and he's died due to a exploding vape pen. It went right into his brain. All right. Thank you. A 24-year-old Fort Worth man died last month after his vape pen exploded in his face, according to Tarrant County medical examiners. You know, you can drop these vape pens, they start to discharge electricity. They could have a leak, a battery leak. Poor guy. He had purchased the device and was using it for the first time in her car. His grandmother, Alice Brown, said he had just purchased the device and was using it for the first time in her car. He apparently crawled from the car to the trunk area where he collapsed on the pavement. He was attempting to get help. Exploding vaporizing pen. Well, all I can say is there have been incidences where these vaporizing pens have exploded, but it's usually from abuse. Well, let's be clear. You still have your faith. That's good. Well, free speech does not defend the right to walk around wearing a mask and carrying a gun. That's not protected under free speech. Sorry. You know what they did defend free speech with? Back in the 1980s, I don't know if you remember this, but here's the truth. I was young enough to, actually I was born in 1960, so I'm 58. I remember this. In the early 80s, there was a referendum, a national referendum, if we subscriber TV users wanted commercials. And a resounding 88% of our population said, no, we don't want commercials. And at the time, right after that, Michael Powell, the son of Colin Powell. Michael Powell was the FCC chairman at the time. He based his decision to allow commercials in subscriber TV based on a free speech determination. That advertisers had the free speech to advertise on your subscription TV channel. We would have had commercial-free subscription television. Your packages that you get in America, you get your full media package that comes with commercials on various networks. So America didn't even get their own decision to go forward. We were told, no, corporations have free speech too. Isn't that amazing? Somehow corporations have, through Citizens United, have been ruled to be individuals. So technically, a corporation can run for political office, technically. Theoretically, a robot representing a corporation could run for political office. So the possibility is right there. The legal parameters are there for a robot to actually run for political office in America. I've known Trump was a liar all along, anti-Trump. Thanks for coming in, man. Well, aren't you glad we had Roe v. Wade, Uber 3RF? Yeah. Roe v. Wade prevented 45% increase in crime in America. By year 2000, there was an estimated 45% reduction in crime because 65 million people were not born because they were aborted. And none of you pro-lifers really have a plan to deal with the children of people that don't want them. It's ironic, all these pro-lifers don't really open their doors that often to provide homes for children that are wayward. Yeah, adoptions are not big among the Christian community. A lot of them try to profit from foster care so they can make money off the state, but that's more of a scam. Yeah, that's right. Corporations and the rich elite control America. And Donald Trump is an exact replica of Barack Obama in an opposite way. He's headstrong. He doesn't want to agree with anybody at any time, just like Obama. He's pushing an agenda of corporate tax breaks for the rich. Obama gave tax breaks for the rich as well, and more middle class tax breaks, and cost the middle class tax base a huge amount with Obamacare. Trump is costing more money for the military than Obama, but still almost matched Obama in spending with an increase. Well, if you have churches in your area that are adopting parents and encourage adoption, that's good. Then I stand corrected. But I've seen a lot of Christian people pitch the pro-life thing without offering mothers a chance to get some cash. If I were churches around the country, I would put together a cash fund to save a life, like a Save a Life GoFundMe page. And I'd take that GoFundMe page at your church and offer it to a young lady who's going to have a baby who doesn't want to carry that baby, and to give it to a family in your parish and work with the adoption agencies to do it. That would be great. I'm sure a lot of women would carry their baby full term for, say, 10 grand up front, 15 grand along the way, and a closing amount of, say, 25,000. For 50 grand, they'd probably have a baby. Yeah? So if you're that intent on saving their children, you better offer them solutions, because a lot of these young ladies don't have the ability to raise that child in a way that you might. I do believe that it is wrong that the television entertainment industry did blossom based on ad revenues and your subscription fees. I would have rather it just blossomed on your subscription fees, because like I said, a referendum of 88% of the population voted against commercials during subscription television shows. And I commend Canada on one note. They have television programming a la carte. So DirecTV and Dish TV have to offer it by the show at a set fee. Isn't that a great idea? I know a lot of people buy these huge packages and they're wasting so much money because they don't watch NFL Prime or whatever, boxing or WWE. They're not interested in that. Or maybe you are interested in that and just that. No, you can't charge the doctor and the mother with first-degree murder because you're not God. Only God can judge whether a person is a murderer or not. Now, in the case of heinous capital crimes, where a person viciously murders somebody with intent, that's a different story. But a mother making a decision to abort her baby in the first trimester, when the baby's no bigger than this big, doesn't even have a pain center in the brain, there's no cerebrum, this part of your head, it hasn't formed yet. You're saving a life of suffering, a life of misery, being born in an unwanted family, maybe a mother's a crackhead. But you Christians want those babies to be born into the world, to hate their life and to hate existence, and you wonder why there's so much crime in your area. And why there's so many people strung out on drugs in your city. Ironically, you Republicans are the ones that are complaining the most about rampant crime, drugs, and homelessness. But you're the ones that want people to have babies. Isn't that ironic? Brain dead much? The UN is essentially a front for Zionists. Donald Trump got it all wrong. He should have gone in favor of NATO and moved against the UN. You see, NATO and the UN are not bosom buddies. They work in separate fields completely. The UN is the arm of the World Bank and the IMF and the powers that be, the financial elitists. The NATO is more of an old combination of powers and forces formed out of World War II. You know where our money went? Yeah, I know. Everybody was paid by Netanyahu. I agree, son of Alpo. Yep. Netanyahu might as well have been endorsing the entire Donald Trump seminar. But it isn't ironic about Republicans, yeah. Now, I'm not a Democrat either, because I think they're way too lenient on abortions. I would never side with New York and this third trimester abortion law that they just passed. That's ridiculous. I believe the Democrats are actually in favor of profiting from organs, baby organs. I mean, that's just sick. The very fact that Planned Parenthood sells body parts of children is insane. And that it's a mill of child dead body parts. I can see maybe stem cells from a child's brain being transported to a lab for stem cell research, but their body parts? Come on. Give me a break. Those fetuses should be treated not like medical waste, but with a certain amount of respect. Yes. That's right. Zionists have total power in the media. That's why I'm being suppressed daily across the board. That's why they'll continue to keep me from ever being heard in America. Yeah, Trump can hire anybody to create a poll. Michael Cohen recently said that Trump was actually ordered him to fix polls. Michael Cohen is basically telling all the truth they can now, just to, you know that Michael Cohen's being threatened by Trump. Michael Cohen claims that Trump and Giuliani have both given him death threats. Are you aware of that? I don't need to know the atrocities of second and third trimester abortions to know how bad abortion is. I personally am not in favor of abortion, but I'm not in favor of charging a mother with murder for having an abortion. Sorry. We've been down that road before. You Republicans want to take us down that with Russia's help? Good luck. You're traitors to this country. You will pay the price for treating the American people this way. There's nobody out there, son of Alpo, nobody out there is really willing to do their job. Basically, Mueller has done a piss poor job of gathering evidence. And he hasn't even turned all the evidence over to the Democrats who, if you consider the kind of people we're dealing with, Adam Schiff, clearly a Soros puppet. He married into the Soros family, Adam Schiff did. Believe it or not. He's the guy leading the impeachment process. This is ridiculous. And with people in Congress now, like these airheads that don't even understand how government operates, like Ocasio-Cortez, who, when asked about Congress, she said Congress is comprised of 3 branches. And everyone said, really? I thought there was just the Senate and the House. She confused Congress with our nation and the entire government. The woman's an airhead. But you'll find that out later. We don't need to worry about that right now. We need to worry about the people that are controlling our government right now. The Clintons, Podestas, the Trumps, the Karl Roves. These are the people still in charge.
You think you're hot shit, don't you?
Just get lost.
So a lot of you are thinking you're hot shit, don't you? That first sound audio clip came from an audio clip taken outside of Comet Pizza. Many people believe it was an audio clip of John Podesta. And the Pizzagate story really needs to be revealed to the American people. They have suppressed the word Pizzagate on Twitter and YouTube. You can't use it on Reddit. You get kicked off because the people that are running our government are absolutely under the control of a whole slew of powerful players that are getting dirt on every single congressman and woman. They call this not Pizzagate, they call it Pedogate. And there's enough dirt on people like General Petraeus to pull him out of the loop and make him testify positively in favor of Hillary Clinton. They charged him with a felony for simply dating another woman while he was with his wife. Do you see Donald Trump getting a felony charge for having sex with Stormy Daniels and then paying to shut her up? Is he being charged with a felony like General Petraeus was? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird that we have a double standard with Petraeus. I'll bet Petraeus knows more about Benghazi he's not letting on. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Sex dirt on our politicians. So we need to open up Pedogate and discuss these issues. And that's why we have our show in the evening. We have a lot of videos that definitely allege involvement in human trafficking by an elite group of Hollywood people at the highest level, as well as government officials. Boys Town, Nebraska, the Nebraska State Police researched what was going on there, and they found out that the sex trafficking of children went all the way to D.C. They then got a call from the FBI saying, cease and desist your investigation. The Franklin group was arrested. A couple people, Lawrence King was hauled in, served some time. But the innocent young men that were victimized and gangbanged were afraid to testify for fear of their life. No different than the 13-year-old girl that claimed that Donald Trump had raped her. And then recently, a couple of years ago, said that she couldn't pursue the case because her life was threatened. And now we're hearing from Michael Cohen that he's afraid for his life, that he's been threatened by Donald Trump and Giuliani. Michael Cohen has openly said he's getting death threats from Trump and Giuliani. Hello? Anyone listening? If Michael Cohen even makes it to Congress without dying next week, it'll be a miracle. I'm worried about the guy. I'm concerned. I think he's turning state's evidence and he's being brave, but man, he's taking some serious risks. There are people that don't want this fixer to talk. And I think you know how the mobs take care of business, if you know what I mean. Yeah, he's going to talk, all right. You know what I'm talking about? This is the kind of mentality permeating Donald Trump's presidency. Mobsters, the Gambino family, Russian oligarchs, and you mindless Trump tards stand there and go, oh, he's really helping our country. You make me sick. Shark, we're going to permaban you. You're not welcome here, dude. Yeah. Later. Wow. Hey, Miss Ann, how are you? Coming over there, huh? It's kind of a cool casual side trip. We've got iVlog on one side and Vaughn on the other. I'll show you the board. This is what I look at every night. Pretty much what you can see every day at Cool Rock. When you go to my website I created, coolrock.com, you can see this kind of setup yourself. It's a fast way to get to our show all at the same time. Cool Rock.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, yeah, check this out. Free chat stuff. We've got one chat room on one side and the other chat room on the other side. Fully functional. You click in here, you go in there. You can watch the show, and you can also participate in fun little online doodling things that you could play with. We've got links to the YouTube channel here. Yeah. And we've got a Scissor Fights music right here. And this is a link to Web Oasis, which Chatroom Celebrity says is really cool. I've been checking it out. It's amazing, this site. It opens up to a veritable huge storage of links to various places all over the internet. I mean, if you want to learn about the internet, Web Oasis is center stage. It gives you top of the line info on news, links to purchasing places, ways to do finances, online purchasing, etc. But Cool Rock has just a fun group of things here. We've got an interactive music instrument that plays with AI. That was AI's interpretation of my keynotes. Not interesting. And then we got a little drum to help calm you down here. Down here is Mr. Doob, is a cool site that has all these little plugins at the top that work with JScripts, that offer Ajax scripts and other things that do fun stuff. You can sketch on here and do a variety of things. Flames, water, a game you can play online. Yeah, really good stuff. That's funny. Could even take a trip in the clouds. Travel among the chemtrails. And everything on your page is movable and X-outable. So this is a page you can customize anything you want. And down here you can explore any state in the union. This is working again. Virginia, you can find out about Virginia. I don't think they'll talk about the governor accused of wearing a blackface video or blackface picture, which he never did, he says. But this is 3 different perspectives on the news from 3 different sources. This is from the center, Trump to call for bipartisanship as he threatens to declare an emergency. The right wing, Fox News, Trump's State of the Union to condemn resistance and retribution politics. I thought that was obstruction of justice on his part. I don't believe the Russian collusion investigation is retribution or in any way resistance. It's simply getting to the truth. So using his office to declare that no one should investigate him is an act of an obstructionist. Oh, and this is a left-wing State of the Union. Trump's calls for unity as he tries to reboot presidency. Exactly. Calls for unity are mindless coming from a man who's been divisive and unable to talk to the Democrats about anything. But that's Cool Rock. You can check out our site on that location if you can't find us anywhere else. Nancy Pelosi is working on her speech capability, but we don't know. We're beginning to think that she's on some controlled substances of some sort.
There's not going to be any wall money in the legislation.
No wall money in the legislation. I would love to be able to help you out. A third movement from the Moonlight Sonata would be nice. We'll have to tell AI to do that. Yeah, Trump just blew $6 billion on that government shutdown, folks. Thank you, son of Alpo. And a lot of money is being paid out extra for furloughs, which are ostensibly vacations. Yes, coolrock.com. It's some of your browsers may not get it because it's not an HTTPS site, but I assure you I'm not running any type of cookie grabbers or coin hives or anything on there. I have absolutely no financial interest in sucking money out of that. We don't sell any access data or IP data, nothing. Yeah, iPads, it used to work with that, yeah. It still does. We have iVlog, though, which uses Flash, so it doesn't exactly work as well. Yeah, last August, so.
However, if they have some suggestions about certain localities where...
And she's going to be our president when they declare Trump and Pence working with the Russians? Wow. I'm a little worried that she may fall apart under the pressure. Yeah. This is an example of how weak the Democrats are. This is the best they've got. Isn't that pathetic? I just can't imagine anyone that out of it. Just as Speaker of the House, it just amazes me. Just fund the wall, okay, Pelosi? I mean, I agree that the wall is essential because it's my idea. But the 1,000-mile fence idea has definitely got its positives. Meanwhile, Trump has hired illegals at his golf course, and he's busily trying to get them out. 18 illegals were arrested last week at Trump golf courses. He apparently hires illegals all the time. That's part of his deal. So it's not like he wants to stop illegal aliens. He's just torturing the poor Venezuelan people who have green cards that want to come back into our country. It's just so pathetic. We should open up all allowances for Venezuelan immigrants to come into our country. It's ridiculous. The ones that have had green cards. Anyone without a green card would be considered an illegal alien. What's really bizarre about the horrible speech tonight is Donald Trump didn't address why he actually had this secret meeting with Trump last week. Trump met Putin without staff or note takers present yet again. He keeps finding a way to meet the Russian leader privately. Now, this is 5 separate meetings now with no note-taking, and when he did have note-taking, he purposely seized the notes of his note-taker to hide the meeting notes so that nobody would have any oversight over his private meetings with Putin. We are under the control of a Putin-led Trump administration. Yeah. Let me give you a link to the Vox. Many of you may want to read this in full. Here's the article. Yeah, it's pathetic what's happening. Trump has done nothing. He's delivered a stalemate Congress. He hasn't helped the veterans. He actually cut funding for the veterans in his recent bills and delivered it to the military instead. And I mean not even the military men and women. I'm talking about the big corporations, Halliburton, Bechtel, Titan, Boeing, Lockheed Martin. The list goes on and on. Northrop. Those are the ones that profit from Trump, not the hardworking military personnel. He hasn't delivered a raise. That was part of a standard raise that was coming, whether he was there or not. All right, moving on. Miami Herald. Let's see what this is. And let's not forget Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Even from jail, the sex abuser manipulated the system and his victims were kept in the dark. Now, this young woman claimed that she was working at the Mar-a-Lago Hotel, Trump's hotel, when she was used as a sex slave by Jeffrey Epstein. This isn't some joke, folks. Trump has been protecting Jeffrey Epstein, and our Labor Secretary Acosta was the federal judge that gave him only a year for trafficking 60 girls. He liked to bring them into the island, Orgy Island, and have them give him back rubs and perform sex acts on him. We're talking about 14-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls. He got a cush 1-year prison sentence for doing that. It wasn't in a prison where they beat up pedophiles either. So he's basically a guy, and you want to know what's really weird? He's a really close friend with Donald Trump. Oh, shut up. He's a close friend with Donald Trump, and I can tell you that Trump's alliance goes way back. In fact, his butler's black book had Trump as his #1 dial-up. Not Bill Clinton, although Bill Clinton's been there 26 times to Orgy Island, many of which the military flew him in and out. His #1 contact on that black book was Trump. Courtney Love was on that book. Alan Dershowitz was on that book. Barak, the Israeli leader, was on that book. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. That's right. It's horrible what's happening. This is just the tip of the iceberg. He's not even the worst. What about the 1,000 kids that have been molested in various states? They say up to 1,000 different encounters with priests have occurred where kids were molested, and no priest has been prosecuted. That's the truth. Not one priest. Maybe one priest. That's about it. Oh, but we have worse. I mean, the Boy Scouts, now formerly known as the Boy Scouts, now called the Scouts. Girls can go to Scout meetings and get molested too. Yeah. Now you can have a girl in the Boy Scouts and get molested. I talked to a guy who did Scouts in my area, and he said he can't go set up a function anymore without 2 women present. Because one of the girls wants to go, they need 2 women to go with them to make sure that they don't get molested. Not one single person has been prosecuted in the Boy Scouts, Scout leaders. Not one person was ever prosecuted for molesting children, and over 14,000 cases have been reported. So that means 14,000 cases of molestation have occurred in the Boy Scouts, and no one served any time. This is an epidemic problem, people, and the two-party system is turning a blind eye to these pedophiles. Trump is protecting Jeffrey Epstein. And it gets even worse. What if I told you that Jeffrey Epstein and his bevy of girls, yeah, we're getting attacked right now. We're getting hosed at the censor land of Mark Vaughn. Yeah, right now, because I'm hitting the truth, Mark Vaughn is trying to put the screws in on me. Yeah. See, I've dropped frames right now. See that? They are protecting. Yeah, I was just terminated at Vaughn, just on record. We're going to go back up again. They are protecting on record all of these pedophiles. Okay, we're getting minimal response from Vaughn. As soon as I opened up the story about the pedophiles and Jeffrey Epstein, it went bad. Okay, we're going to go ahead and slash Froggy. Okay, we're being attacked right now on the Vaughn network. Completely hacked. Yeah, we were shut off Vaughn because we're exposing the truth about the Russians and the pedophiles. Okay, we are shut down on Vaughn. We do not support. No. Are any other Vaughn shows affected? Yeah, we've been thoroughly shut down over there. The whole, all videos? Because I think they're shutting them down. Yeah, we don't like Vaughn. We're only using it because some of you don't want to travel over to iBlog. Well, if you want to watch our show, watch us here with Pop-Out Chat. Or at Cool Rock. Yeah. Periscope will not allow the URL? Okay. Let's do it again. Hang on. Wow. That's hard to realize. Yeah, they shut our Periscope link down too. So go to Cool Rock. Yeah, it's wild, isn't it? It's getting very real. They can't handle the reveal on the pedophiles that are out there. The pedophiles are the ones that are really the issue. Just showing that on the screen is enough for people to, freak out. Yeah. Yeah, so if you want to catch the show, you're going to have to go to coolrock.com. Yeah, there's completely, I don't know, are any other sites open? We're troubleshooting a Vaughn attack right now due to the discussion of Jeffrey Epstein and the pedophile network he protects. Yeah, you see, they can't handle the truth. These people are so evil that when you expose them, they freak out. They know that their days are numbered. It is comfy here. North Korea and U.S. meeting was brokered by Russia. Lavrov. Minister Lavrov handled it. Research it. Not Donald Trump. Minister Lavrov handled that meeting. There's no nuclear disarmament. No denuclearization has been discussed. Hi, Ivan. Hillary would never have had us in World War III, no. She's too into herself to launch a war. She doesn't have as much of an agenda as the Russian oligarchs do. Her support is from Kissinger and the Western oligarchs. The Russian oligarchs are more desperate because their economy is not nearly as strong. So all of Vaughn is down. They shut it all down. Yeah. The Vaughn Live link, I said go to coolrock.com. It's right there, man. Is there a problem going to that website? Just go to coolrock.com and you can find it. If you really desperately want our link, you can go up here. AmericasThirdParty.com has let me get you the link to our video casting sites. Yeah, they really don't like anybody broadcasting alternative shows. Go here if you want our site. We're already in the expanded broadcast time period, so I'm overcasting past 10. Vaughn has been officially shut down as of right now. Yes. The link posts every night. Yeah. I'm being held down over there, so let's take this apart and just let me dissect the link here. Oh, it's knocking it completely out. Wow. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can get this thing to work here. Hang on. No. It's completely shut down. It's impossible. No, Mark has made more than 14 million. Mark made a lot more than 14 million. It may be what he reported, but yeah. I think Vaughn Live may have had their plug pulled, you know. It is. But they're desperate. I don't mind if we roll into one broadcast over at iBlog. Let's see if he's blocking this link. That's working. Yeah, go there. No, I'm not exaggerating. I have references. Mark made $500,000 a broadcast at one point to censor us. Yeah, I know. Kind of amazing. So I'm going to take the final few minutes to kind of wrap up and summate here. We'll maintain our show at our evening show over at iBlog, and I'll keep trying to get on back on the Vaughn Network, but they keep spitting me back. Let's see, it's still being shut off. Yeah, don't refresh. If you refresh, you'll be kicked out of chat. I don't know. I don't seriously I don't really care at this point. You're on the error logs for Vaughn? Well, I wouldn't worry about it. You understand, Mark has made so much money in a few short years censoring us. We've kept records of all of this, that he's probably just going to walk from the entire site. I estimate his total earnings at $60 million. Configuring logging errors. There's several login errors that are occurring right now on the server. All right, error log, syntax, error log, error, malicious, error. Thank you. Yeah, it happens, though, that a president who pitches a story that is unbelievable, like Donald Trump did tonight, who's not in touch with the American people, isn't aware of climate change issues that are clearly happening, won't even discuss chemtrails, is not a president who's helping you, the American people. He will not legalize marijuana. He refuses to even acknowledge that it's helpful. He's completely out of touch with the American people. And moreover, he's working for Russia, and we have more than enough evidence to conclude that. And he's trying to obstruct using the power of the State of the Union address, saying we should stop this, whatever he calls it, recriminations, or I guess he doesn't want anyone to investigate him. I mean, that's the act of a guilty man. So are we going to be sheep and allow this to continue and keep voting two parties and support a guy who lies incessantly? Maybe. Or are we going to elect somebody in the future who can save the American people from this disastrous, dangerous, toxic world that we're living in, with elitists denying us opportunity while they automate and get rid of the need for human beings? So I say we need the right person at the right time, and that would be me, Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good.